The animal kingdom. A remarkable array of living, breathing natural wonders. Majestic. Compelling. Ingenious. And extraordinary. Fascinating. Physical. Visceral. And ferocious. Discover their past, present, and future. Just stunning. Just glorious. Just amazing. Just animals. Kangaroos. Mention Australia and kangaroos immediately come to mind. Bounding across the outback, they are the essence of the great southern land. As lions are for Africa and polar bears the Arctic. For centuries, these iconic animals have been enjoying worldwide attention. Their undeniable appeal, their unique appearance. When a new creature is encountered for the first time, comparing them to other animals is the only way to begin to describe them. Explorer Amerigo Vespucci described them as having the head of a fox, human-like hands, the tail of a monkey, and a bag to carry its young. A feature noted as a wonderful provision of nature. This early attempt to conjure a vision of these unique creatures did what justice it could. A difficult task when the real thing is unlike anything encountered before. There are more species of kangaroos roaming the wilds of Australia than breeds of antelope found in southern Africa. Family members can range from the size of a large rat through to a hefty 90 kilos. As for population, 46 million. That's the most recent conservative estimate for the number of large roos in Australia. When it comes to standing out from the crowd, kangaroos do it in style, thanks to a trio of impressive features. Long hind feet, coupled with powerful back legs, plus a thick, muscular tail. A winning combination that gives these unusual creatures their equally unusual style of movement. One they are known for around the globe. Kangaroos are the only large animals that use hopping as their main form of locomotion. Their nicknames celebrate their famous bounding gait. females are flyers, and dominant males, boomers, the sound their feet make as they pound through the bush. Roos are social animals and often gather together in groups or mobs. They're made up of an even mix of genders. Does, the females, and males known as bucks, with an alpha male in charge. Youngsters, in or out of the pouch, are known as joeys. As iconic as roos are to Australia, they are not exclusive to the Great Southern Land. Kangaroos are found on another island to the north. The tropical rainforests of New Guinea host the vast majority of tree kangaroos, 8 out of 10 species. Looking like a cross between a lemur and a kangaroo, these macropods have adapted to an arboreal way of life. On the ground, they are slow and clumsy, but in the treetops, bold and agile. One look at a kangaroo's lush coat of fur immediately places them in the class of mammals. The presence of hair or fur are not the only features that allow entry into this club. All members are vertebrates, with females possessing mammary glands, hence the name, mammals. These special glands produce milk used to feed their young. In many ways, kangaroos are no ordinary mammals. They are, in fact, marsupials, named for the pouch, or marsupium, where females carry their young. That wonderful provision of nature. While many marsupials call Australia home, they are found in other parts of Australasia, as well as the Americas. Kangaroos, however, belong to their own family, the macropod family. This term comes from the Greek, meaning long foot. The size of the macropod family is equally impressive. More than 50 species make up the clan, divided into 3 main groups. First, the kangaroos, their smaller relatives, wallabies, and tree kangaroos. Next, the potoroos and bettongs, rabbit-sized forest dwellers. Lastly, the musky rat kangaroo, the living fossil of the rainforest. Macropods have proven to be the most adaptable of creatures, not only occupying terrestrial habitats, but also making themselves comfortable above and below ground level. As a group, kangaroos have mastered their environment. Eastern and western grey kangaroos, antilopines, and reds are the big 4, sometimes called the great kangaroos. Leading the pack size-wise is the red kangaroo. These iconic Australian creatures wave the flag for the rest of their lesser-known cousins. When upright, the average red stands at 1.5 meters. Males can grow much taller, up to 2 meters. and can weigh up to 90 kilos. Reds take first prize as the largest marsupials, not only in Australia, but the world. Females are much smaller, lighter, faster, and slightly confusingly, not red. The nickname Blue Flyer is a nod to their speed and their bluey-grey fur. Both genders have pale bellies and distinctive white facial stripes that run from the corner of their mouth back to their ears. A red kangaroo's greatest asset is its tail. It acts like a fifth appendage, not only offering support, but also propulsion. Reds are found in the most arid zones of the continent, the male's rusty fur matching the rich, earthy tones of the country's interior, a zone called the Red Centre. The next best-known roo is the eastern grey, sometimes called the great grey kangaroo. As their name suggests, they have light grey fur. They are also identified by the dark-coloured tip on their tails. Compared to a red, they are not only shorter in stature, they also have smaller ears and pointier snouts. Plus, their coats are woollier. Eastern grey kangaroos live up to their name, distributed throughout the easternmost third of the country, as well as the island state of Tasmania. Eastern greys inhabit a wide variety of terrain. No strangers to the beaches and damp forests of the coastline, they are equally at home in grasslands and scrub. Plus, they are hardy enough to brave chilly alpine regions. Across the southern and western reaches of Australia, their close cousins, the slightly smaller western greys, are difficult to tell apart, especially when their ranges overlap. One sure sign to look for is the western's darker fur. Another is the unusual smell that the males emit, earning them the nickname stinkers. The similarities between the eastern and western grey had so confused biologists that these two roos have only been classed as separate species since the 1970s. Kangaroo Island, off the coast of South Australia, hosts its own subspecies of these darkly furred macropods, aptly named sooties. Far to the north, at the top end of Australia, is the last of the big four, the antilopine kangaroo, or wallaroo. Wallaroos fit between a kangaroo and a wallaby in size. Males can get up to 70 kilos, approximately twice the size of females. Hot, tropical conditions are no deterrent to the wallaroo mobs as they graze among the savanna and woodland. After the big four kangaroos, the next step down in size are the wallabies. There are approximately 44 species of these moderate-sized macropods spread throughout Australia. The distinction between a kangaroo and wallaby is basically an arbitrary one, based on smaller body size and shorter foot length. Wallabies' more compact legs give them greater agility in the forested habitats. They enjoy a wide distribution, preferring more remote and heavily timbered areas, avoiding the semi-arid plains of the interior. Rock wallabies are right at home in rugged, rocky terrain. Their modified feet giving them enough grip to help them bound in and around boulders and caves. Found primarily on several islands off Western Australia, quokkas are another variant of wallaby. About the size of a domestic cat, they have fairly short tails compared to the rest of the roo family, and can also climb short trees and shrubs for food. Quokkas are also nocturnal, feeding primarily at night. The 10 species of tree kangaroos are smaller again than the wallabies. Their bodies adapted for a very different lifestyle amongst the canopies. Native to Papua New Guinea, but listed as endangered in their natural habitat, Goodfellow's tree kangaroos are mainly observed in captive breeding programs. They have distinctive looks, with reddish-brown fur, golden faces and bellies, plus a pair of stripes running down their back. Decorating the base of each animal's tail is a unique pattern of rings. Male and female Goodfellows are similar in size, both averaging 8 kilos. The smallest of all is the Lumholtz's tree kangaroo, found in Australian tropical rainforests. Not as vibrant as the Goodfellows, they have grey coats punctuated with a dark mask of facial fur and black paws to match. Males tip the scales at about 7 kilos, with females weighing a fraction less. Back down on ground level is where the more petite macropods roam. Potoroos and bettongs average only 1 kilo. They are identified by their rat-like tails and longer snouts, and unlike kangaroos, like to live a solitary life. The forest understories and dense thickets of the east coast and Tasmania provide potoroos and bettongs with ideal environments. The rainforests of northeast Australia are the only place you will find the smallest and rarest species of macropod, the rat kangaroo. Musky rat kangaroos are the smallest and only type of rat kangaroo left in existence. Regarded as a living fossil, the reptile-like scales on their feet and tails link them to their ancestors that roamed the Australian rainforests 26 million years ago. Every living thing has its own stash of special adaptations and survival skills. Kangaroos come equipped with their own natural arsenal to help them battle it out and thrive in one of the harshest, driest environments on the planet. Keeping their cool is one thing kangaroos have mastered. While they only sweat when they're on the move, they do have another trick up their sleeves. When at rest, they can often be seen licking their forearms, the evaporating saliva cooling them down. A kangaroo lazing in the shade is actually busy. By increasing their breathing rate to 200 pants per minute, they can expel lots of body heat. As with many desert species, moisture conservation is a must. Internally, a kangaroo's digestive system extracts as much water as possible, as do their kidneys, which produce hyper-concentrated urine. During periods of drought, water isn't the only thing that dries up. Males do not produce sperm, and females will only fall pregnant if sufficient rain has fallen to ensure a decent food supply. During dry spells, pregnant does can also play their embryonic diapause card, a reproductive strategy that essentially brings the development of an embryo to a halt until conditions improve. Also, when food is scarce, kangaroos have a clever backup plan in their tails. This is where excess fat is stored, providing the animal with a vital source of energy when times are tough. As already mentioned, a kangaroo's tail is its biggest asset. It forms the third leg of a furry tripod, allowing roos to stand upright. Watch a kangaroo walk, and the importance of their thick tail is obvious. When they move in this way, it's called pental pedaling. A kangaroo's tail also plays an integral role in their famous hop. In full flight, the tail acts as a counterbalance, keeping the animal stable. At the same time, the tail's pumping motion also enhances the breathing process. Apart from being a fantastic sight, a kangaroo's hop is a marvel of energy efficiency. With each bounce, elastic potential energy is stored in their long leg tendons, making the following hops easier. Once they're on the go, it's a relatively effortless way to travel. Their long feet also contribute to this efficiency. By adding to the length of their legs, a roo's large feet give them greater leverage. When they need to go faster, they simply increase the length of their stride. They don't hop more often, they just cover a greater distance with each bound. A hopping speed of 50 kilometers an hour gives the average roo a stride length of about 6 meters. However, footprints have been seen that were 9 or more meters apart, meaning those roos were really motoring. Hopping is not only a graceful way to trek the outback, it is also more efficient. Running at the same speeds, a kangaroo uses less energy than a four-legged animal. As for the tree kangaroos, their limbs are different in design and function. To make climbing through branches possible, they have short hind legs that can move independently of each other. Their feet are shorter and wider than that of a terrestrial kangaroo. Plus, their padded soles and sharp, curved claws give them additional grip. Their tails are relatively longer, but are nowhere near as sturdy, merely offering a counterbalance to the animal as it crawls or leaps through the treetops. Kangaroos' eyes are located high up on their skulls, giving them a 324-degree field of vision. kangaroo's eyesight is on par with the sensitivity level of horses, cattle, and rabbits. With ears that swivel independently, macropods have excellent hearing. They also have a superior sense of smell, able to detect bodies of water or rain falling up to 20 kilometers away. In terms of camouflage, macropods have got it covered. Their fur coloration helps each member of the family blend in with their surroundings, such as red kangaroos matching the earthy tones of the arid interior. Greys are also well matched to the dry grasses and washed-out colours of the Australian landscape. As for tree kangaroos, they avoid detection from above and below by exhibiting what is known as countershading. Seen from above, their dark fur hides them. Viewed from below, their pale bellies match the light streaming down through the forest canopy, thus allowing them to disappear in plain sight. To keep their fur in top condition, macropods have their own special comb. On roos, the two inner toes of the rear feet are fused together, known as syndactyly, making a double claw, which is used for grooming. A handy tool when it comes to scratching an itch or removing an annoying parasite. From top to toe, the kangaroo certainly is an impressive collection of ingenious adaptations. Kangaroos may not have been introduced to the wider world until a few centuries ago, but these macropods have a much longer history, one that stretches over millions of years. Researchers believe ancient South American marsupials made their way to Australia via Antarctica more than 80 million years ago, when the continents were all connected, making up the supercontinent of Gondwana. Today, marsupials are found all over the globe, but nowhere can compete with the diversity seen in Australia. A lack of predators seems to explain the marsupial boom enjoyed in the Great Southern Land. Fast forward to 30 million years ago, and early kangaroos finally made an appearance. Known as short-faced kangaroos, these ancient creatures were triple the size of the largest macropods seen today. As time passed and conditions changed, so did the roos. Fossil evidence shows changes in the shape of their teeth and skulls, drier conditions forcing them from a diet of soft forest leaves to tougher foliage and grasses. The anatomy of their feet changed as well, causing them to gradually swap their upright walking gait to a hop. By gradually remodeling their ankle design, kangaroos were able to actually take a great evolutionary leap forward. The trend of bounding along took another 15 million years to take hold. While short-faced kangaroos and modern species lived alongside one another, the giants disappeared about 30,000 years ago, leaving their smaller counterparts to continue the family line. Today, the closest relatives to kangaroos are their fellow marsupials, such as koalas, possums, and wombats. They are all diprotodonts, meaning two front teeth. This family trait comes in handy at mealtimes. A pair of large incisors jutting out from their lower jaw helps slice through vegetation. From South America to the great southern land, kangaroos have truly come a long way. Some members of the animal kingdom choose to go it alone, but not the kangaroo. They are highly social creatures. Depending on the species, a mob can range from just a few roos to 20 or so. When food is abundant, mob numbers can swell into the hundreds, even thousands. With eastern greys, a mob is comprised of females and their young, plus a few mature males. Only the alpha male, the boomer, has breeding rights. As females are able to produce year-round, the boomer is kept busy, watching over the does to see if they are in season, and keeping the other males in the mob at bay, asserting his dominance and rising to any challenge. Should any of them dare to test the boomer, he has a few ways to keep them in their place. His first power play can be to stand upright and intimidate through sheer size. Alphas sometimes pull at clumps of grass or rub their chest on the ground, perhaps spreading their scent as a warning. And, when all else fails, a fight will erupt between the rivals. These are usually short affairs, with the two competitors locking their arms together, then pushing and kicking until one is knocked down or surrenders. Nose touching and sniffing is a common form of greeting between males and females. Smell cues are absorbed, their subtle messages clearly understood. Joeys and their mothers often share tender moments. Babies nuzzling at their mother's pouch. Not always for a drink, sometimes purely for reassurance. Until they are truly confident in the outside world, Joeys will often escape into the warm, familiar confines of their pouch. Like many young animals, Joeys can't resist a good play fight, tussling amongst themselves, and sometimes the cheekier ones take on their mums. As a family, marsupials stand apart from other mammals, thanks to the way the females raise their young, inside a pouch. Marsupials come into the world after short pregnancies. In kangaroos, the average gestation period is about a month. Inside the pouch, the joey latches on to one of the 4 teats on offer, fueling its ongoing development with the doe's milk. Starting out at roughly the size of a jelly bean, weighing just 1 gram, the joey quickly grows, the fat content of the mother's milk increasing to match the rising energy requirements of the developing youngster. Eastern grey joeys start to take short excursions from their furry bedrooms at the 9-month mark. Eight weeks later, they're out for good, but continue to enjoy a suckle. Some do attempt to move back home, but a pouch can only stretch so far. By the time an eastern grey is 18 months old, it is weaned and fully independent. In comparison, red joeys emerge from the pouch when they're 8 months old. These youngsters then stay at foot, nursing from their mother for another 3 or 4 months. Tree kangaroos keep their joeys close for the longest period, giving them time to develop and find their feet before a life in the canopy. Food-wise, joeys can sample their first solids while in the pouch. As their mother grazes, they can lean out and taste test any shoots they can reach. As for the furry front door that is the pouch, the key is held by the doe. By squeezing or relaxing muscles at the entry, she is in control of her joey's movements in and out. Should the need arise for a fast getaway, the joey is kept safely inside thanks to this strong pouch muscle. When conditions are good, kangaroos can breed year-round, with summer often seeing a peak in births. Females can also have 3 youngsters at the same time, one out of the pouch, another developing inside, with a third embryo in a special pause mode in the womb, where it waits until the pouch is vacated. The multitasking doesn't stop there. While this is happening, she is also manufacturing 2 types of milk, one suitable for the newborn and another mixture perfect for the older siblings' needs. Young female kangaroos tend to reach sexual maturity earlier than males. Red does only need to be 18 months to 2 years of age to start raising their own joeys, while the males have to wait at least another year before they can start to try. In reality, red bucks aren't really up to the challenge until they're 7. While young kangaroos are often seen play fighting against their siblings with their paws, as the boys develop, things get serious. Their paws aren't the only appendage that can pack a punch. Their namesake long feet and large toes can deliver some powerful kicks. All this is preparation for that time in the future when a roo can challenge for alpha status and the ability to pass their strong, healthy genes onto the next generation. Fully grown roos have few native enemies. Dingoes are opportunistic hunters and will take joeys or smaller roos given a chance. The size of an adult and the size of the mob is usually deterrent enough against them. Eagles might take an unlucky joey caught outside its mother's pouch. Life expectancy of an eastern grey kangaroo is estimated at 6 to 10 years. Comparatively, reds can enjoy lifespans of 20 years or longer. In the macropod world, longevity does not discriminate when it comes to size. For instance, pint-sized quokkas can enjoy life to the full for up to a decade. Kangaroos are not nocturnal, but crepuscular, which means they are most active at dusk and dawn. While not territorial, they do have home ranges. In their search for food, eastern greys only tend to roam about 20 hectares. In comparison, western greys travel 5 times that to meet their needs. Living in drier, sparsely vegetated regions, reds bound even further afield, scouring 7 times the area that greys need to fill their bellies. These adaptable creatures pay their dues by playing a vital role in the ecosystem. As part of the food chain, kangaroos are primary consumers, herbivores that feed on various forms of vegetation. They, in turn, provide food for secondary consumers, carnivores plus scavengers and decomposers. Thanks to their dietary habits, kangaroos are like gardeners. Their constant nibbling promotes the regeneration of native flora. This is when that prominent pair of incisors comes in handy, helping them reap in their daily harvest of greens. These bush vegetarians also assist with natural fire management. By consuming vegetation in grasslands and forests, they actively lower potential fuel loads. Potoroos have a diverse diet including roots, tubers, fruits, herbs, grasses, insects, and fungi. Their eating habits play an important role in forest health through the distribution of fungi that assist trees in fixing nitrogen. While most macropods are grazers, some do opt for leaves and shrubs, enjoying a mainly folivorous or leafy diet. Some larger members of the family are, in fact, the pickiest. Dry grass is harder for eastern greys to digest. This means young, tender shoots are on their dietary radar. Their fussiness is rewarded by the fact that these baby greens are higher in protein. No matter what vegetation they choose, once the cutting teeth have done their job, large molars can get to work, grinding up tough fibers. Like other grazing animals, such as cattle and sheep, kangaroos have chambered stomachs. The first chamber, or foregut, uses a high concentration of microorganisms such as bacteria and fungi to help break down or ferment complex plant materials like cellulose. Like cattle, kangaroos can often be seen chewing their cud. This second pass mechanically aids the digestion process. During times of drought, their natural water conservation skills do come into play, allowing roos to go for extended periods without drinking. Living in dry conditions, kangaroos obtain most of the moisture they need from their food. That doesn't mean they don't drink. No matter which roo or where they are found, one thing is certain. The outback wouldn't be the same without these magnificent creatures bounding gracefully across the plains. The word kangaroo is one known around the globe. And fans have the Gwaga Yumutha people of the northeast coast of Australia to thank for it. Captain Cook, the British explorer, recording this snippet of their language in 1770 while his ship the Endeavour was undergoing repairs. What started as Kangaroo has been anglicised to become Kangaroo. Kangaroos are held in high regard by Indigenous people for cultural, spiritual, and social reasons. For some, they are a totem, an animal believed to be an ancestral relation. This special bond coming with responsibilities, such as the protection of these sacred creatures. The respect felt towards kangaroos has been recorded over time through art, dance, ceremonies, and traditional Dreamtime stories. While they continue to be a food source, kangaroos are seen as spiritual warriors and worthy opponents. Their high stature has continued into modern times. A red kangaroo taking pride of place on Australia's coat of arms, sharing it with the emu. As neither native animal can move backwards easily, they were chosen to symbolize progress, always moving forwards. Kangaroos can also be found on Australian currency, a mob of 5 bound across the tail side of the $1 coin. These humble native animals are also pop culture icons, featuring in books, cartoons, songs, films, and TV series. Sporting teams, from local through to international levels, proudly take on macropod names, hoping, aspiring to embody their natural agility and strength. Their affinity for boxing hasn't gone unnoticed either. Their fighting spirit decorating flags enthusiastically waved at an international sailing competition in the 80s. Kangaroos don't only fly along ground, but also in skies, and have been doing so since 1920. From rock paintings to rock star status, kangaroos are well and truly embedded in the hearts and minds of animal lovers worldwide. In a region that boasts a multitude of unique wildlife, kangaroos are one of the most prominent, not only because of their good looks, athletic prowess, and engaging behaviors, but also due to their abundance. Of the great kangaroo species, the eastern grey leads the tally, with more than 21 million in their ranks. Great news from a conservation standpoint. None of the 4 large roos are considered endangered. The story is different, however, for their smaller relatives, with higher than 50% listed as threatened. Dingoes are the only native predator, but the natural balance of predation has been swamped by introduced species that have devastated populations. Feral cats are the greatest danger, with more than 2 million of them covering 99.8% of the country. The continued spread of humankind has also destroyed thousands of acres of native habitat. Land clearing has reached staggering totals, 395,000 hectares in 1 year. As the driest continent on the planet, even the slightest change in climate can be disastrous. As difficult as the future may seem, there are some positives that are helping populations rebound. A few lucky macropods have their habitats to thank for giving them refuge. While quokka numbers have suffered major declines on the mainland, isolated populations exist on 2 islands where they occur in relatively abundant numbers. These natural sanctuaries are giving these charming petite wallabies a fighting chance. Where habitats are protected, the macropods that call them home also flourish. Living in the wet tropics World Heritage Area means the only 2 tree kangaroo species in Australia are safe and sound, their populations being considered stable. In a conservation success story, the Tamar wallaby has been brought back from extinction on mainland Australia. Introduced to a small island off the north of New Zealand in the 1860s as part of a private zoo, the animals became so abundant they were considered a pest. Meanwhile, the native population in Australia had been wiped out through hunting and habitat loss. The solution for both countries was obvious. In 2003, taimars were successfully reintroduced in the wild to their original homelands in South Australia. With continued efforts by conservationists, captive breeding programs, and a government-funded cull of feral cats begun in 2017, the future of many lesser-known macropods will hopefully be brighter. The wider world may have only been aware of kangaroos for a few hundred years, but in that relatively short time, these unusual marsupials have become firm favourites. Birds. Their melodious calls often wake us. The way they soar, gliding effortlessly in the sky, is both uplifting and inspiring. Envy is not an emotion that many animals can stir in us, but birds have made us jealous for thousands of years. Their gravity-defying freedom, a source of wonder and enchantment. Apart from being incredibly diverse, they are also exceedingly numerous. 9,000 to 10,000 bird species are thought to exist around the globe. And new research suggests there could easily be double that. A decade ago, scientists estimated there were 200 to 400 billion individual birds across the planet. Not surprising, knowing that birds occupy every available niche on every continent. From the largest to the smallest, birds are a natural success story. One that spans millions of years. Biologically, birds are endothermic vertebrates, animals with a backbone that can maintain their body temperature no matter the weather. Being warm-blooded is vital for birds. It allows them to maintain the high levels of energy needed for flight. As a group, they belong to the class Aves, Latin for bird. Feathers are just one of the basic characteristics that define this class of animals. Where there are feathers, there are wings. True, not all birds can fly, but they do all have a pair of wings attached to pectoral or chest muscles. Most use their modified forelimbs to soar through the air. But some wings are special. They can fly underwater. Eggs are next on the Aves checklist. Specifically, hard-shelled eggs. The surprisingly robust vessels that house developing young. Their tapered shape stopping them from rolling out of a nest and making a snug fit with each other to help maintain warmth. Another special feature of birds is an internal one, their bones. Instead of marrow, many bones in a bird's skeleton are hollow, filled with air sacs reinforced by a network of struts. The result, a strong, light framework, perfect for flight. When they are on ground level, birds typically get about in a bipedal fashion. The length of their limbs and the shape of their feet as varied as the environments that birds inhabit. What appears to be a backward knee on a flamingo is actually its ankle, so in effect, the bird is tippy-toeing through the shallows. While they may not have teeth, birds have the next best thing, a bill or beak. They're not only used for eating, but also in grooming, defense, and even courtship. These hardy facial structures are composed of keratin, the same fibrous protein that makes up hair, feathers, and claws. Specialized beak shapes are highly developed tools for eating. Spoonbills swing their broad, flat, spatula-like bills side to side, partly opened, as they wade. The bill's sensitive tip detects food at the slightest touch and snaps shut on any morsel. Effective, but slow. Spoonbills spend hours a day feeding. Roughly half of all bird species found in the world today are passerines, or songbirds. A bird's vocal organ is called a syrinx. Located where the windpipe forks off to the lungs, it allows birds to produce more than one sound at a time. Which enables them to create such complex songs. Bird families number in the hundreds. To help navigate this massively diverse class, some common but broad groupings will help to identify the amazing variety of birds that inhabit our world. Songbirds can weigh as little as half a teaspoon of sugar and up to about 1.5 kilos, and are commonly known as perching birds, thanks to the layout of their grasping feet. 3 forward-pointing toes, plus 1 larger toe at the back, means they can get a tight grip when perching. The northern mockingbird is the champion of vocal gymnastics. Able to mimic a wide variety of other birds and also cats, dogs, and insects. The more diverse their vocal range, the more likely they are to find and keep a mate. Usually monogamous, females constantly evaluate their mate's performance, especially when an unmated male moves in nearby. Birds of prey are the champions of the skies, top-tier hunters. This formidable group come armed with sharp, hooked beaks, strong, brawny legs, and razor-like talons. Their eyesight is just as sharp, allowing them to detect their prey while on the wing. Bald eagles have 4 talons on each foot. The rear talon, called a hallux, is longer and points forward. The front talons hold the prey immobile, while the hallux pierces the vital areas. These hunters and scavengers are also known as raptors, a name that means to seize or take by force. Wading birds present a far more tranquil image as they roam the water's edge. Some are more lanky than others, but all are perfectly adapted to walk the shallows of their feeding grounds. Most of these birds breed on land, never straying far from waterways. The Australasian grebe makes things a little harder as it builds its nests out of decaying vegetation, floating on the waterways. The hard work pays off because as the amount of vegetable matter builds up, it gives off heat, helping to incubate the eggs. Wading birds vary greatly, and not just in body size. Beaks and bills come in a vast range of shapes to best suit the owner's appetite. A heron's powerful beak is perfect for striking at small fish in the shallows, their long neck held in readiness in an S shape, able to shoot out with startling speed. Waterfowl, as the name suggests, are very much at home on the water. With their characteristic webbed feet, wide, buoyant bodies, and flat bills. True, waddling makes them appear a little clumsy on land. Add water, and these birds hit their stride. A picture of effortless grace as they glide along the surface. Swans are the largest of the waterfowl, weighing up to 15 kilos. Their impressive size gives them their majestic presence. In Europe, white swans were common, and the only swans ever heard of until the surprising discovery in the late 1700s of the now iconic black swans of Western Australia. Seabirds spend their life in and around the great saltwater oceans of the planet. Common features include webbed feet, waterproof feathers, and a healthy appetite for seafood. Seabirds truly live up to their name, surviving and thriving in some of the harshest conditions, some only coming ashore to breed. Skuas are some of the hardiest. About the size of a large seagull, this tough breed live and raise their young all around continental Antarctica. They are excellent flyers and have been seen as far inland as the South Pole. Tropical birds are at the other extreme of climate. A dazzling mix of colours is common. Bright greens and yellows helping to camouflage birds in the multicolored canopies of the rainforest. Typically equipped with large, strong beaks for protection and to crack hard nuts and seeds that make up part of their diet. Tropical birds have zygodactyl feet with 2 toes facing forward and 2 to the rear. Being able to wrap their entire foot around a branch creates a broad, solid perching position. Tropical birds are vocal, but their harsh calls are not that melodious. They do make up for it in other ways, known for their spirited, curious natures, their intelligence, and longevity. The blue and yellow macaw of South America, like many parrots, has a long lifespan in the wild. Mating for life, a parrot pair could spend 35 years together. Game birds are amongst the most fascinating in nature. Many have large, plump bodies and aren't the best flyers, spending most of their time on the ground. But they do know how to catch attention. The mating rituals of some are amongst the most elaborate in the bird world. Greater sage grouse are notable for their courtship rituals. Males performing their strutting display for several hours in the morning and evening during spring. The females pick the most attractive dancer, and the dominant males will breed with 80% of the female population. It's common among game birds to be polygynous, males maintaining a harem of females to breed with. Many game birds, like the common pheasant, build their nests on the ground in a scrape, but will roost in trees at night for protection. They are short-distance flyers, preferring to run, but chicks are ready to fly within 12 to 14 days of hatching. Night birds prefer to avoid attention. Their existence depends on staying unnoticed. During the day, night birds tend to roost quietly, their feathery camouflage hiding them in amongst foliage. Come sunset, and they spring to life. This is when their acute hearing and large eyes come into play. While owls cannot roll or move their eyes, they make up for it by being able to rotate their heads through 270 degrees left or right, and also almost completely upside down. Another speciality is their soft-edged wings. A comb-like edge breaks up turbulence, muffling their wings and allowing them to silently swoop on their prey. Swooping is something this last group cannot do. Flightless birds all have wings, but they do not use them to take to the skies like the rest of their cousins. Some use theirs for balance, or like rudders to steer their bodies when they're on the run. Other flightless birds use their wings to try and attract a mate. A male ostrich symbolically clears out a nest in his courtship dance. Penguins have taken their wings to a whole other level, using their flipper-like appendages to soar underwater. With such diversity across all birds, the extremes are incredible. The ostrich takes out the title for the largest and heaviest bird in the world, 2.7 meters tall and weighing up to 150 kilos, sometimes more. At the other end of the scale is the bee hummingbird, weighing less than a sugar cube. The males are smaller than females, only measuring 57 millimeters, with their bill and tail making up half of that. The wandering albatross takes the title for the broadest wingspan, stretching up to 3.5 meters. For speed, the peregrine falcon is the fastest, able to exceed 320 kilometers per hour during a hunting dive. Underwater, the gentoo penguin comes out on top, able to swim at 40 kilometers per hour. The award for the largest beak goes to the Australian pelican, which can sport bills up to 50 centimeters. As for their massive throat pouches, these natural fishing nets can hold an incredible 13 liters of water. The list of superlatives relating to birds is seemingly endless. Not surprising, with so many remarkable creatures making up their ranks. The fact that birds have managed to inhabit every continent is not down to sheer luck. It's thanks to a vast range of natural features, finely tuned adaptations, and remarkable skill sets. Some of their most obvious and valuable assets are their feathers. Not only do they keep their bodies warm and camouflaged from predators, they make flight possible. And during breeding season, they act like a vibrant billboard, advertising genetic prowess. There are 3 basic types of feathers. Soft, fluffy down that grows close to the skin, trapping warm air that insulates their bodies. Next, contour feathers that cover their wings, tails, and body, giving them a smooth, streamlined coat. They are strong, flexible, and lightweight structures. Special versions of these grow from their wings, known as flight feathers, that are shaped to push air and create lift, allowing the bird to take off and fly. bird's wing shape also contributes to this ability. Slightly bulging or curving out on top, and flat or slightly concave underneath, the inspiration for the design of aeroplane wings. Once airborne, the flight feathers work like propellers and rudders, allowing the feathery pilot to change directions. While most birds have light, hollow bones for flight, one group have made a change. Penguins' bones are much denser, giving them less buoyancy and greater strength when swimming through water. Thanks to their large eyes that are mostly concealed within their skulls, birds see the world very well. And, unlike a lot of mammals, they do so in colour. Bigger eyes mean better vision. Necessary when trying to avoid mid-air collisions or trying to spot a well-camouflaged meal. Larger eyes also mean better reception. In relation to body size, the wedge-tailed eagle has the largest eyes in the bird world and also enjoys the best clarity. Birds also rely heavily on their hearing. In general, their ears are located just behind and below their eyes, hidden under cheek feathers called auriculars. The shape of a bird's head can also improve their hearing. Owls' facial discs are like a satellite dish, funneling sounds into their ears. In order to comfortably perch, stand, or wade in the most extreme conditions, birds have evolved with fewer nerves in their legs and feet, enabling them to endure harsh elements longer. Birds may not have teeth, but their beaks are built to handle their favorite foods. Different designs for various menu items. Small, cone-shaped beaks are perfect for cracking seeds. Thin, pointy beaks, just right for snatching up insects. Hooked tips help with grip. A special muscular section in their stomach, the gizzard, aids digestion by grinding and crushing tough items. Birds can sometimes be seen eating gravel or stones. These go right to the gizzard and become teeth inside their stomachs. While most birds are content with standard features, some have been bestowed with fancy accessories. Crests and crowns can be part of mating displays, but cockatoos' attention-grabbing crests are thought to signal emotions. Raising their crest helps convey intentions and warnings with others. It also makes them appear bigger and serves as an early warning to aggressors. The golden feathers of the crowned crane help to blend in with the tops of the vegetation of the grasslands they inhabit. But for others, a headdress is not enough. Sometimes birds need to go all out to attract a mate. Peacocks show off from top to tail, their famous shimmering trains made up of 200 feathers. Wattles are another type of eye-catching ornament. These bright, fleshy growths are for attracting potential mates. The brighter, the better. Cassowaries top off their unusual good looks with a headpiece called a casque. Its purpose is unknown. Theories suggest it could be a natural helmet, a tool to knock down fruit, or a reproductive decoration. One decoration that can't be missed in the breeding season is the bright red throat sac of the male magnificent frigate bird. Once these fellows have chosen a nesting site, they puff up their vibrant balloon and put on a magnificent display for any interested females. Individually fascinating, as a group, birds move into the realm of spectacular. Flocks of starlings perform what are known as murmurations, shape-shifting gatherings of birds. Hypnotizing to watch, these feathery clouds are thought to do just that, mesmerize and confuse any predators. A spectacular example of safety in numbers. At the end of the Cretaceous period, 65 million years ago, the age of the dinosaurs was over. Or was it? To a paleontologist, the answer is as plain as the scales on a bird's legs. Scales like those seen on reptiles and dinosaurs. Birds and reptiles share other traits, like eyes, brains, and skulls that are similar, partially hollow bones, plus they both lay eggs. Characteristics like these have led scientists to believe reptiles and birds have very old family ties. The link between these two was Archaeopteryx, the first known bird with fossils discovered in 1860. A century later, and the next piece in the origin of birds puzzle fell into place, with researchers noting shared characteristics between modern birds and small theropods, carnivorous dinosaurs. Just as birds are diverse, so too were the theropods. T-Rex and velociraptors are larger examples of this group. Theropods walked on two hind legs, their feet resembling a bird's, with 3 toes forward and 1 back. Many theropods had hollow bones. And long before any chicken existed, they laid eggs. These are just a few of a long list of similarities that dinosaurs share with birds, along with feathers. Since 1996, more than 50 species of feathered dinosaurs have been unearthed in fossil sites in China. As for a bird's closest living relatives, they are the crocodilians. They both belong to the archosaurclade, a group of animals that all share the same ancestor. Creatures that have roamed the Earth for approximately 250 million years. Particularly the pterosaurs, the earliest known vertebrates to evolve powered flight. The evolution from prehistoric beasts to modern birds has taken millions of years. A fascinating transformation from flying dinosaur to living fossil. Birdwatching is an age-old hobby that comes with simple rewards. The satisfaction of spying these fascinating creatures in their natural surroundings. One activity that takes up a good part of their time is grooming or preening. Preening is not only an opportunity to get rid of excess dirt and parasites. These primping sessions are when birds realign their feathers to ensure they're always in top condition. Beaks are the main grooming tool, but feet can sometimes be called into service. Many birds also have a preen gland near the base of their tail that secretes a waxy, oily substance. By rubbing their bills and heads over the gland, they can spread it over their entire bodies, keeping their feathers waterproof and flexible. Nest building is another special behavior to witness. These feathery architects, capable of weaving the most intricate homes in the animal world out of a wide range of materials. Some are small and simple. Others are rough and rugged. Birds can also be quite thrifty when it comes to home sites. Why build when you can borrow? Tree hollows, burrows, even termite nests are all common options. One bird that has a natural flair for design is the satin bowerbird. These extravagant creations, known as bowers, are true labours of love, built for the sole purpose of impressing a mate. Male satin bowerbirds will steal from each other's nests to decorate their own. Blue, to match their plumage, is the favoured colour. When it comes to territorial behaviour, the songbirds are the masters. They stake out territory in a certain area because it meets their survival needs, providing them with food, water, and shelter. One of the main reasons they sing is to claim territory and to defend it. For males, the strength and quality of their call is meant to deter any would-be rivals, plus signal their vigour to any female listeners. Territory can be held by a single bird, a breeding pair, or an entire flock. The change of seasons is the catalyst for one of the greatest behavioural instincts: migration. The search for food and nesting sites are the two main motivators for birds to embark on these annual journeys. Some only travel short distances, while others take on airborne marathons, instinctively following the same route year after year. Canada geese can cover close to 5,000 kilometres one way in their distinctive V formation. A bar-tailed godwit with satellite tracked almost 12,000 kilometres in 8 days on migration from Alaska to New Zealand. How they navigate their way is not fully understood, but theories suggest birds can sense magnetic fields, using them and the position of the sun and stars to direct their internal compass. Prominent landmarks are also thought to guide these feathery travellers, which, as a group, have collective memories about plentiful stopover locations where they can rest and refuel. While the logistics of these great migrations remains puzzling, what is clear is the stamina and graceful determination to complete their epic journey. No matter how big or small, this is how every bird comes into the world, inside one of these delicate creations. The hard shells allow parents to sit on their precious bundles while incubating them. Although the shell of a bird's egg seems solid, the entire surface is dotted with pores that allow gas exchange, with oxygen going in and carbon dioxide flowing out. Made from calcium carbonate, the default colour for eggs is white, but colours and patterns vary greatly between species and even within the species. Even at this early stage in life, camouflage is a must. Ground nesting birds need eggs to match the surrounding terrain. Tree nesters usually have green or blue eggs. Colour strengthens the shells and aids as a sunscreen. Birds that lay in hollows or deep nests tend to lay white eggs. While the ostrich is the largest of the birds, its eggs are considered the smallest relative to the size of the adult. An ostrich will lay around 15 eggs over a short period before it will sit on them. During the laying season from March to August, they can lay as many as 100 eggs. Once a female has laid her clutch of eggs, they need to be kept warm. Most birds use brood patches to warm their developing eggs. These are patches of bare skin with lots of blood vessels at the surface, perfect for heat transfer. But not all birds sit on their eggs. Others choose to stand on them, like boobies. These seabirds pass body warmth onto their eggs via their webbed feet. Many penguins use a combination of these two techniques, wedging the egg between their brood patch and their feet. With emperor penguins, this is the sole duty of the father, and he has the longest wait for a chick to emerge. 2 long, cold months. When the time comes to hatch, most baby birds come equipped with an egg tooth to help them break through the inner membrane and then the hard shell. Located on the tip of their upper beak, this sharp projection is like a tiny hammer, the chick using it to slowly but surely chip out an escape route. Soon after hatching, this clever tool drops off. While all birds come from eggs, they are not all born equal. Different species arrive at different stages of development. Precocial chicks, like these kelp geese, arrive with a covering of warm down feathers. Their eyes and brains are well developed, and while they can't yet fly, they can walk. Some are able to feed themselves soon after hatching. Others are so advanced they can swim, dive, and catch fish within their first few days. While they are fairly independent, precocial chicks can take months to fledge, when they develop wing feathers large enough for flight. This means, until they can take to the skies, the parents are constantly on predator alert. In comparison, altricial chicks are born bare, blind, and helpless. Apart from having to keep their babies warm, the parents also have to feed them, a task that becomes increasingly demanding as these slow starters are rapid and ravenous developers. Altricial chicks have a habit of begging for food, waggling their gaping mouths at their parents. The edges of their mouths are bright, filled with blood. When a chick has an empty stomach, they're even brighter. Researchers have noted that parents will feed chicks with the most colourful mouths. This hectic phase is, thankfully for the parents, relatively short, with altricial chicks fledging quite quickly, some being on the wing and independent in less than a month. No matter what kind of chick, none of them are going anywhere without feathers. On baby birds, when their first real feathers start sprouting through their skin, they look like spines. These are called pin or blood feathers, as they have a blood supply to support their growth. Pin feathers can also be seen on older birds that are in the process of shedding or molting. As each new feather grows, the protective sheath around it gets longer. Eventually, the developing feather expands and unfurls. During this stage, these avian adolescents can look quite awkward and scruffy. A fully fledged youngster not only has a full coat of feathers, but the muscle power in its wings to support flight. Birds are not born flyers. These beginner pilots need to learn and earn their wings. It's a process of trial and error, each attempt giving the wing muscles a chance to strengthen and grow. Young birds can look quite different from their parents, their immature plumage often having spots or other markings to help camouflage them, while they learn more about their environment, where to roost, what to eat, and any potential dangers. Depending on the species, some youngsters stay with their parents until the next breeding season, or stay on to help babysit the next generation. Others are driven off to find a territory of their own. As they grow, a young bird's looks will also mature. With many species, telling males from females is quite easy due to the fact they are dimorphic, meaning they display visual differences. Males are often brightly coloured to help them attract attention and hopefully a mate. Their female counterparts are often quite dull, perfect when trying to blend in and hide a nest full of chicks. Sometimes the two sexes in one species look so different they've been mistaken as two separate breeds. The male western Parotia bird of paradise has an iridescent display of plumage including headwires sprouting behind each eye. The female, by comparison, is so dull and unadorned that it is hard to credit as the same species. The lifespan of birds is highly varied. Compared to other animals, birds are incredibly long-lived. Geese not only mate for life, but can live as long as 24 years. Large parrots are famous for reaching impressive ages, with many known to celebrate 50 or even up to 80 birthdays. Smaller birds, such as quails, have a lifespan between 2 and 5 years. The first 2 years of life are the danger zone. If a young bird can survive accidents, disease, predation, migration, and winter starvation, it may live a surprisingly long time. Visit any of the 7 continents and there will be birds, guaranteed. From harsh, arid regions to the frozen extremes, birds have adapted to live and breed in almost every terrestrial habitat. No matter where they live, a bird's habitat must provide them with 4 basic essentials: food, water, shelter, and nesting sites. In return, birds play many important roles in their environment. In the food chain, they can be anything from primary consumers, feeding on vegetation and grains, through to apex predators. By weeding out the weak, they ensure the overall health of the entire ecosystem. Thanks to their dining habits, birds are also excellent at natural pest control. Even the humble duck does its bit, dabbling in the water for tasty mosquito larvae. Many plants rely on feathery visitors to work as pollinators. Nectivorous birds are rewarded for their services with a sweet drink of nectar. Birds fall for the same trick with fruit. Frugivores eat only fruit, and by dispersing seeds far and wide, they unintentionally promote plant and forest growth. Their deposits not only spread seeds, but also improve soil quality. Their dung, or guano, being rich in nutrients such as nitrogen and phosphorus. The scavengers in the family offer vital sanitation services. These cleanup crews happy to dispose of rotting carcasses. Vultures are protected from the disease and poisonous bacteria in their meals by a highly corrosive stomach acid. They are able to safely eat carrion that would kill any other bird. The avian world is also populated by many omnivores. These birds aren't that fussy, eating anything and everything they can get their beaks into. Some are highly selective. Mucivores, like woodpeckers, rely on plant mucus or sap for part of their diet. Some birds prefer smaller prey and enter into special partnerships to obtain them. For example, oxpeckers are often seen feasting off the backs of larger beasts. This is known as a mutualistic relationship, where both parties win. The bird gets a free meal, while its friend receives complimentary parasite removal. The phrase "to eat like a bird" has no meaning when it comes to how much food our feathered friends can consume. The average bird eats between 25 and 50% of its body weight daily. As for quenching their thirst, birds get a lot of the moisture they need from their food, but they do still need to drink. As a rule of thumb, the smaller the bird, the greater their needs. Hummingbirds take this to the extreme. These minute aviators can eat 2 to 3 times their own body weight in sugar-rich nectar a day, supplemented with a side order of insects. Why so hungry? To fuel their wings that can flap up to 80 times a minute. Tiny creatures, massively impressive. The mere presence of birds in a region is taken as a good sign. They are environmental monitors, obvious indicators of the area's overall health. Wherever they live, whatever they eat, their existence enriches our lives. Beautiful to encounter, marvelous to observe. A feast for the eyes, ears, and soul. Birds have been holding our fascination for thousands of years, with many species becoming revered symbols, creatures with special cultural significance. In ancient Egypt, birds like the ibis really left their mark. Their image is not only found in hieroglyphics, but also as a symbol for Tot, god of the moon, magic, and writing. In times past, the peacock represented Mother Earth in India. Many cultures regard owls as symbols of wisdom and knowledge, due to their habit of staying up all night, much like dedicated scholars. Power, courage, and freedom, just a few qualities that have long been associated with eagles. These majestic birds are also part of many spiritual beliefs. Some cultures see them as the chief of all winged animals. Beauty and elegance were reason enough for the crowned crane to become the national symbol of Uganda. Humans have long viewed birds and their behavior as harbingers of our fortunes. The crane is an icon in Japan, symbolizing happiness and long life. Fables have them living for 1,000 years. The practice of making paper cranes is a popular tradition. Legend says if anyone folds 1,000, they are granted a wish. In many cultures around the globe, eggs represent fertility, new life, and rebirth. Doves are not only international symbols of peace, these birds are often associated with love. The presence of swallows is taken as a sign that spring is on the way. Good luck will come to those who make a wish on the first robin they see for the year. Birds can also be seen as signs of bad fortune. An albatross flying around a ship at sea means bad weather is on the way. Superstitions aside, many simply admire a bird's ability to fly. The dream to experience such freedom and exhilaration inspiring the creation of many lofty inventions. Natural beauty and natural talents. Birds have always held the formula that captures our attention and imagination. Because birds have infiltrated every region on the planet, they make an enormous contribution to the health and stability of ecosystems worldwide. And while there are billions of them, their conservation is vital. Recently, it has been estimated that 1 in 8 bird species are threatened with extinction. This decline can be attributed to various common causes, such as habitat loss through land clearing, overfishing and accidental bycatch of seabirds, predation by introduced species, and changes in climate. Conservationists are making a difference all over the globe. Feral cat populations have been eradicated from sub-Antarctic islands to protect penguin colonies. Habitat protection plans in Brazilian forests will give species like the red-capped manakin a better chance. In New Zealand, captive breeding programs have brought the kakapo, the world's heaviest parrot, back from the brink of extinction. Zoos and sanctuaries provide safe havens and avenues to rebuild populations for eventual reintroduction to the wild. Simple, everyday actions can also make a huge difference to birds. Stopping domestic pets from straying, growing native plants, restoring habitat. Every seemingly small step adds up, gradually creating changes that will hopefully see more species enjoy the bright future they deserve. Marine mammals. An estimated 700,000 to 1 million species call our oceans home. Among them are the marine mammals. This special group of aquatic mammals rely on marine ecosystems above and below the waterline for their survival. Despite spending a large amount of time in the water, they must come to the surface to breathe in air. From the largest creature on the planet to the slipperiest member of the weasel clan. Marine mammals run the full spectrum from great to small. Marine mammals are all warm-blooded vertebrates, whose young are nourished with mother's milk. There are a few different groupings amongst them. Firstly, there are the cetaceans, better known as whales, dolphins, and porpoises. Their method of dining splits them into two categories: the toothed whales and baleen whales, named for the baleen plates these filter feeders use to strain out tiny organisms, like krill. The largest of the cetaceans is the blue whale. Not only the largest marine mammal, but the largest living creature on the planet. They can grow to 30 meters in length and weigh about 180 tons, the equivalent of 300 African elephants. The pinnipeds are comprised of seals, walruses, fur seals, and sea lions. This group enjoys the best of both worlds. When not foraging at sea, they can spend large amounts of time on land. Watching them get about on shore It's no surprise where their name came from. Pinniped means fin-footed. Amongst pinnipeds, southern elephant seals are the biggest. With mature bulls weighing in close to 4 tons and up to 6 meters in length. On land, they are an intimidating sight to behold. Telling a seal from a sea lion is simple. Look for ears and watch how they move. True seals have no external ear flap, while eared seals do. Sea lions and fur seals both belong to this family. On land, true seals undulate like large caterpillars, while eared seals can scamper about on their fins. There's no confusing a walrus, thanks to their distinctive tusks. Second in size of the pinnipeds, they are found in the Arctic Ocean and the seas around it. The sirenians, or sea cows, are another order of marine mammals, made up of manatees and dugongs. In times past, imaginative sailors mistook these rotund animals for mermaids or sirens, alluring mythical creatures rumored to coax their love-struck victims into the sea. In reality, all these harmless marine mammals find tempting are seagrasses. Their tails differentiate the two. Manatees are flat and paddle-like, while dugongs power along with a bilobed fluke, similar to a dolphin's. Manatees are slightly larger than their dugong cousins, growing to about 3.5 meters and tipping the scales at 500 kilos. Finally, the smallest marine mammals, sea otters. At an average of 45 kilos, they make up for their small stature with a ton of appeal. While the rest of the weasel family scurries about on dry land, their aquatic cousins, sea otters, are happy to spend most of their time bobbing along in salt water. To keep warm, most marine mammals rely on layers of thick blubber for insulation, but sea otters have thick fur instead. Their lush coats are so dense they can trap pockets of air, giving these charming aquatic creatures their characteristic buoyancy. With the 7 seas as their playground, marine mammals have plenty of water and coastlines to call home. Despite this, they do, as a group, play favorites. In both hemispheres, the highest concentration of marine mammals can be found in the waters along the 40th parallel. These 2 temperate regions host the highest concentrations of these magnificent animals. One group that enjoys warmer temperatures are the sea cows, which target tropical and subtropical habitats. All show a preference for water that's at least 2 meters deep, with good supplies of aquatic plant life for these herbivores to munch on. While they are quite rotund, manatees have relatively low body fat, causing them to be quite sensitive to cold water. If the temperature drops below 20 degrees Celsius, they will suffer. So, when winter's chill finds them, manatees head in search of warmer waters from spring-fed rivers. Florida manatees move freely from salt to freshwater. In comparison, sea otters can handle the cold, often found bobbing in the shallow coastal waters of the northern Pacific. These small marine mammals usually stay within sight of the shoreline. Strong winds are common, so sea otters choose habitats that offer them some protection. Rocky shores, barrier reefs, and thick seaweed forests all act as excellent windbreaks. Most seals, or pinnipeds, choose to live in subpolar and polar regions because they depend on cool, nutrient-rich waters for sustenance. Fast and agile in the water and able to dive for 15 minutes makes them superb hunters for a wide variety of fish that are the mainstay of their diet. Some pinnipeds opt for warmer surroundings, such as monk seals, found in the Hawaiian Islands, the only true seal found in tropical waters. Galapagos sea lions from the Galapagos Islands and Ecuador are the smallest of the sea lions, averaging just under 1 meter in length and 250 kilos. For these pinnipeds, the ocean still provides. The reefs of Hawaiian waters providing plentiful fish and a variety of squid and octopus that make up the monk seal's diet. Cooler currents sweeping around the Galapagos region bring schools of sardines within range. Galapagos sea lions still need to travel 10 to 15 kilometers offshore to hunt for their favorite prey. With so many members, it's no surprise that cetaceans have a wide distribution. Explore any ocean and they'll be there. Like any family, there are some that are a bit fussier. River dolphins, for example, only live in freshwater systems. Slightly smaller than their sea-going cousins, they have adapted to warmer waters and have little to no blubber. While humpbacks, blue whales, and orcas and many other whales can be found globally, most species prefer the colder waters of the northern and southern hemispheres and migrate towards the equator to give birth. The ocean is a stunning yet harsh environment. Every day, marine mammals rise to the challenges presented by their salty home. their survival made possible thanks to countless adaptations passed down through successful generations. Swimming is an obvious skill. Their flippers or tails propelling them through the water. These natural motors are designed for maximum power and minimal resistance. Their streamlined bodies further reduce drag. Some marine mammals are quite zippy out in the water. Sea lions can manage speeds of 35 kilometers per hour. Orcas are even faster, reaching 50 kilometers per hour. The common dolphin comes out on top, able to reach 60 kilometers per hour. In order to reach food sources, diving is another vital skill for marine mammals, an activity that requires a few important adaptations. To survive underwater, oxygen is everything, and their lungs use it very efficiently. When humans breathe, we only exchange 10 to 15% of the air in our lungs. With whales, it's up to 90%. Marine mammals not only have high blood volume, but its chemistry also helps the blood retain more oxygen, meaning they can stay under for longer. To further conserve oxygen, whales can reduce their heart rate by half when diving and divert blood flow away from non-vital organs. The deeper they dive, the greater the atmospheric pressure crushing down on them, but their bodies can withstand it, as they have ribs and lungs that are collapsible, thus minimizing air spaces. Dolphins can stay under for about 20 minutes. Weddell seals can be submerged for more than an hour at depths of 600 meters. And sperm whales can last for an hour and a half. Keeping warm in an aquatic environment is another issue marine mammals have to contend with. Size helps with thermoregulation. Larger animals have a lower surface area for their size compared to a smaller creature, which means they radiate or lose less heat, therefore staying warmer. For insulation, marine mammals rely on blubber, dense fur, or both. Blubber also serves as an energy reserve should food become scarce. Plus, it gives the animal additional buoyancy in the water. While they might live in an aquatic environment, marine mammals rarely need to seek out fresh water to drink. Instead, they extract water from their food, the moist air they inhale, or source it from their blubber. Specialized kidneys help them conserve the water they do have by producing concentrated urine that's saltier than seawater. Marine mammals are big on communication, and science is on their side, as sound travels 4 times faster in water than in air. Dolphins organize hunts with their calls. Whale splashes are thought to send messages. Researchers believe fin slaps are used for local chats. While body slamming breaches are better for signaling groups much further away. Years of observation suggests when male humpbacks are feeling romantic, they sing. Toothed whales use sound in another very different way, performing what's known as echolocation, to see what's in their vicinity. By sending out fast pulses of sound, then listening to the echoes bouncing back, they can source prey and visualize the rest of their surroundings. Natural camouflage is another important adaptation that helps marine mammals survive. In polar regions, many seal pups are born with fluffy white coats to help them blend in with their icy surroundings. Whales and dolphins have dark backs and pale bellies, a form of countershading. When seen from above, they blend in with the deep water surrounding them. Looking up from the sea floor, the light streaming down helps them disappear in plain sight, allowing them to either sneak up on prey or avoid any lurking predators. In a vast and sometimes harsh oceanic environment, adapting to survive is a way of life for marine mammals. While this unusual assortment of creatures are all mammals, they don't all share a common ancestor. What does unite them is their mutual dependence on marine environments. At some point, each group took evolutionary tangents, trailblazing their own paths to become the fascinating marine mammals that exist today. Whales and dolphins, for example, have an interesting family tree. They basically sprang from the same branch as hippos, their closest living relatives. Research shows the two started to go their separate ways about 50 million years ago, early cetaceans becoming aquatic, leaving their primitive cousins to continue to evolve on land. Watch a whale swim through the water for evidence of their terrestrial past. Instead of swimming with a left-to-right action like fish, a cetacean's spine flexes their body up and down in a running motion in exactly the same manner as four-legged mammals. Present-day cetacean flippers also have bones that resemble the limbs of many land animals. In the animal kingdom, pinnipeds belong to the caniform suborder, along with animals like bears, wolves, skunks, raccoons, and weasels. Shared traits include long snouts and non-retractable claws. Researchers believe the pinniped family split away from their ancient relatives approximately 50 million years ago. The pinniped's link to terrestrial mammals was discovered in 2007. A fossilized skeleton of a poedula, an otter-like creature that existed 21 to 24 million years ago, with a skull and teeth similar to modern seals. Pinnipeds aren't the only marine mammals that share that lineage. Sea otters are the largest members of the weasel family. Some families share strong resemblances, like the two main types of sea cows. While manatees and dugongs do look very similar, their next closest relatives couldn't appear more different to them, or to each other. Yet elephants, hyraxes, and sea cows all belong to an ancient group, or clade, of mammals called Afrotherians, that all share a common ancestor that existed more than 60 million years ago. The earliest known Sirenian to break away and become aquatic was Prorastomus, with fossil records dating back 40 million years. Over the ages, many adaptations have taken place within the marine mammal clan. For some, front legs have evolved into flippers. Others have fused their hind legs to become tails. But all of them have one massive thing in common: their home, the ocean. Marine mammals are naturals when it comes to showing off. Some of their behaviors are well known. Others, a fascinating delight to witness. For the most part, marine mammals are quite social. Out at sea, many cetaceans are often seen swimming together in groups called pods. The concept of safety in numbers is not lost on these intelligent animals. Neither is teamwork. Banding together in hunting parties is quite common. Groups of orcas on the prowl are often likened to wolf packs. Pod size normally ranges from just a few animals to 30 or more. Dolphins form three basic kinds of pods: nursery groups with mothers and calves, gangs of juveniles, and packs of mature males. While they do segregate themselves, pod membership is quite fluid, with dolphins regularly coming and going. During the breeding season, many seal species haul out and gather together in massive colonies. Watching them on shore, it doesn't take long to see evidence of a social hierarchy, with squabbles often breaking out as individuals try to maintain or improve their status. Males are often much bigger than females, giving them more power, with the largest, strongest bulls reigning supreme over their own subgroups. Younger males are often seen challenging each other, trying to jostle their way up the social ladder with the hopes of eventually gaining breeding rights. For a walrus, the bigger their tusks, the better their social status. But should they get broken, their popularity also suffers. As for sea otters, they tend to float around in groups called rafts. Mothers and pups usually band together, leaving the males to enjoy each other's company. Manatees usually only form casual groups, and dugongs, while social, only come together in big herds when there are enough seagrass beds to support a crowd. Annual migrations are another important behavior pattern displayed by various marine mammals. The incentives: food, finding a mate, and kinder conditions. Some coastlines are like oceanic highways, so constant is the whale traffic. Humpback whales are known to take on lengthy voyages, travelling 10,000 kilometres or more to their breeding grounds and back. Elephant seals also go the distance. Twice a year, they head into the North Pacific to forage and build energy ahead of the breeding season, spending 250 days at sea and covering at least 21,000 kilometers. Stamina isn't their only strength. Marine mammals have a long list of quirky behaviors that add to their appeal. Dolphins are famously acrobatic. They also like to indulge in bow riding the pressure waves of ships, the best positions taken up by dominant pod members. Tired sea otters cleverly anchor themselves to strands of kelp so they don't drift out to sea. While safely anchored, they can spend several hours a day combing through their fur, ensuring it's clean and fluffed so it keeps them buoyant and warm. Insulation-wise, otter fur is roughly equivalent to 7 times that in blubber. While lounging on the beach, seals have a habit of flicking sand on themselves for sun protection and to keep annoying insects at bay. Having a good scratch when grooming also helps. Whales are thought to dislodge parasites from their skin by breaching. Some believe these huge creatures perform these spectacular leaps simply because they can. Something that distinguishes mammals from other animals is how they come into the world. For the most part, female mammals give birth to live young. Arriving straight into the water is what makes life interesting right from the start for many newborn marine mammals. Getting them to the surface to take their first breath of air is a challenge the mothers instinctively know how to handle. Whales have quite lengthy gestation periods. For humpbacks, 11 months. At birth, a baby humpback can weigh up to 900 kilos. Calves are nursed on high-fat milk, between 35 and 50%. Its thick toothpaste consistency means it doesn't break up underwater. On this rich diet, baby whales can put on 50 kilos or more a day. Depending on the species, calves can nurse for 6 to 24 months before they're weaned. Mothers and calves form very strong bonds. Adolescent whales can start breeding between 6 and 13 years of age. Lifespans vary greatly. Bowhead whales average 200 years. Humpbacks can live for about half a century or more. Sperm whales, 60 to 70 years. A blue whale, 80 to 110 years. Orcas, 29 years. Pinnipeds do come ashore from time to time, and giving birth is one big reason for females to haul out. New Zealand fur seal mothers carry their pups for about 9 months. Newborns suckle for the first 12 days. Then their mothers leave to forage for themselves before returning to the colony to nurse her pup. While the pups wait in the colony for their mothers to return, the youngsters play and socialize, picking up vital life skills along the way. When the mothers return, they find their baby in the crowd by barking out their signature call. By 9 to 10 months of age, the pups are weaned. Female New Zealand fur seals are mature enough to start breeding anytime between their 4th and 6th birthdays. Males take a little longer to mature sexually and socially. Bulls are not ready to find a mate until their 9th year. In the wild, New Zealand fur seals have lifespans of about 12 to 15 years. Some pinniped species, like the walrus, surviving for up to 3 or 4 decades. Manatee calves make their debut after a year-long gestation. Mothers helping them to the surface for air. Within their first hour, the calves master the art of swimming. By the time they're 5, manatees can start having their own young. These sea cows can survive for about 40 years. Like other marine mammals, pregnant sea otters produce just one baby at a time after a 6 to 7 month gestation. Otter pups rely on their mothers for the first year for care and nourishment. As she floats along, the pup enjoys the ride, lounging around on her furry belly. Young females can start to have their own offspring by their 3rd birthday. In the wild, sea otters can spend up to 20 years bobbing around on the ocean blue. Living in and around the ocean means marine mammals have an extensive buffet of seafood to choose from. Whales, or cetaceans, have a wide variety of appetites and dining styles. Toothed whales use their dental work to catch their favorite menu items, like fish and cephalopods, such as octopus and squid. Bivalves, such as clams and scallops, and crustaceans also end up in the bellies of toothed whales. Other marine mammals are also on the menu for some. Orcas are apex predators and, as such, have no natural enemies. They, however, prey upon other marine mammals, including seals and sea lions, and occasionally whale calves. Cetaceans use various methods to help them capture a meal. Toothed whales often employ herding as a method of hunting. The pod squeezes a school of fish into a small volume, known as a bait ball. Individual members then take turns ploughing through the ball, feeding on the stunned fish. Corralling is another method, where they chase prey into the shallows, effectively trapping them. Dolphins and orcas are known to take this to the extreme, driving fish up onto shore. Baleen whales might not have teeth, but they are still carnivorous. Some like to skim up a meal, while others prefer to lunge and gulp. Rorquals, the largest group amongst the baleen whales, including the blue whale and the humpback, can take extra large mouthfuls of water, thanks to their expanding throat grooves that run under their mouth. All the better to increase their catch. When feeding, the average humpback can use their baleen plates to strain out approximately 2 tons of plankton, krill, and small fish every day. Seals have a varied diet. Fish, squid, shellfish, and crustaceans are the norm. Pinnipeds usually forage on their own, but if they come upon large schools, seals will work together to herd their prey. Pinnipeds and cetaceans are carnivores, high in the food chain. These predators help to keep the marine ecosystem functioning in a healthy, balanced manner. Large cetaceans have a positive effect on the ocean, referred to as the whale pump. These deep-diving creatures are able to bring nutrients like nitrogen back up to the surface and recycle them through the marine environment. When whales defecate at the surface, their rich excretions float there, providing a food source for small organisms, which in turn provide nourishment for higher creatures. On and on, the nutrients get pumped higher and higher up the food chain. Sea otters have quite a few skills that help them grab a meal. They can hold their breath for about 5 minutes. Plenty of time to dive down and forage for things like shellfish, snails, crabs, and sea urchins. Their dining choices make a huge impact on their habitat, keeping seafloor herbivores like sea urchins in check. Urchins like to graze on the lower stems of kelp forests. By reducing their numbers, the otters prevent excessive damage to these vital underwater habitats. The sea otters get a tasty snack while ensuring the health and well-being of the multitude of life forms that depend on the kelp beds for their survival. Sea otters have a high metabolism, so to keep their energy levels up, they need to consume about 25% of their body weight daily. Sea cows are big eaters as well. An adult manatee can munch its way through 1/10 of its weight in vegetation in one day, and they're not picky eaters, with more than 60 salt and freshwater plants on their menu. Manatees have plenty of options because they can feed from the sea floor right up to plants dangling above the waterline. In comparison, dugongs are bottom feeders, which rely on their sense of smell to guide them to seagrasses, as their eyesight is not keen. Since dugongs pull up the entire plant when they graze, they leave feeding trails in their wake, a definite sign of large, happy customers. As herbivores, sea cows are like underwater gardeners. By continually mowing, they keep seagrasses short and healthy. Their dining habits also help with seed dispersion. Seagrass beds are important nurseries for countless fish and marine species. Any downturn in the fitness of these aquatic havens has a knock-on effect on the wider oceanic community. Every marine creature plays their part in the intricate web of life that exists beneath the waves. With almost 3/4 of the planet covered by ocean, it's not surprising that marine mammals have made an impact on the world, and have been doing so for centuries. In ancient Greece, the sight of dolphins cruising in a ship's wake was taken as a good sign. In modern times, they represent Greece on the world stage as their national animal. Many cultures have tales of dolphins rescuing sailors in peril. The saga of Jonah being swallowed by the whale and then spat out after 3 days occurs in both the Bible and Quran. In Hawaii, whales have long been considered sacred. In Vietnam, they are worshipped. There, whales are believed to bring good luck, safety, and wealth. Humpbacks are held in such high regard in Bermuda, they are the national animal. To the First Nations of Canada, orcas are important cultural figures, regarded as guardians of the sea, offering travelers protection from monsters of the deep. Thanks to their devoted pod behavior, orcas also represent the strength of love and family bonds. Since at least 1500 BC, dolphins have been celebrated in art. Motifs of these popular, intelligent creatures adorning countless works around the world. To many, these playful, graceful mammals are somehow magical. Ancient myths about mermaids are thought to have been inspired by sea cows. The 3 mermaids Christopher Columbus apparently spied from the deck of his ship were most likely manatees. As for dugongs, in Malay this means Lady of the Sea. There is a 5,000-year-old wall painting of a dugong apparently drawn by Neolithic peoples in Tamban Cave, Malaysia. The selkie is another mythological being from Scottish folklore, a creature able to live as a seal in water that can shed its skin to become human on land. Marine mammals not only star in folklore, but also in literature. One infamous sperm whale from the 1840s inspiring the classic tale of a giant, vindictive white whale, Herman Melville's Moby Dick. Watching these animals breach, spray, and play in the water is captivating, as is the natural spectacle of the Northern Lights. In times past, the flickering glow of the aurora borealis was believed by the Inuit people to be the spirits of animals, such as seals and beluga whales, dancing. The Sami people of Finnish Lapland believed the lights were created by the spumes of water from whale spouts. Research has shown marine mammals and a healthy, robust oceanic ecosystem go hand in hand. Plus, what happens on dry land doesn't always stay there. So, as terrestrial mammals, we need to do our share to make sure they get a fair go. Throughout history, it's no secret that marine mammals have been hunted for food and other resources. While the practice still continues, often illegally, it is, thankfully, nowhere near as intensive. Yet, out of the 13 great whales, 7 are currently listed as vulnerable or endangered. Globally, the images of whales or dolphins have become the symbol of conservation movements. A universal shorthand for the preservation and conservation of species everywhere. The efforts of local and international conservation groups have seen a slow recovery in some population numbers. A few, such as southern right whales and New Zealand fur seals, managing to bounce back from the brink of extinction. Positive results like these will hopefully inspire continued efforts to protect and preserve these majestic creatures. There are many simple ways everyone can help these charming creatures. Reduce the use of plastics. Recycle. Choose seafood that has been sourced in a sustainable manner. Respect the boundaries of marine sanctuaries. Explore the ocean safely and responsibly. Intelligent, charming, exhilarating, and inspiring. A few of the many qualities these natural wonders bring to our world. Turtles, tortoises, and terrapins. In the animal kingdom, time seems to pass at different speeds. For some, like butterflies, life can be fleeting, while others pace themselves and enjoy a long journey. Living in the slow lane is something these reptiles are famous for. They are adaptive creatures and can be found living in all parts of the world, except Antarctica. All of these reptiles are aquatic or semi-aquatic, with a huge range of body sizes, shell shapes, and carapace patterns. The world of turtles is rich and varied, just as you would expect from such age-old animals. Turtles, tortoises, and terrapins all belong to the same order, the testudines. They are an ancient group. The only reptile more primitive is the tuatara, a unique lizard-like creature found only in New Zealand. Often, all testudines are simply referred to as turtles. As such, turtles share certain characteristics with their fellow reptiles. Firstly, turtles are ectothermic or cold-blooded, which means they can't control their body temperature. Instead, it rises and falls with changes in their environment. This directly affects their energy levels. For example, as temperatures drop, they become less active. Next, turtles are vertebrates, animals with a backbone. Their shell is what sets them apart from other vertebrates. It's not an exoskeleton, but actually a modified rib cage that is part of the spinal column. In fact, the inner layer of the shell is comprised of about 60 bones. A turtle's shell is made up of 3 main parts. The upper section is the carapace. Underneath, the plastron, with bony structures called bridges, fusing the two on either side. Another feature seen on all reptiles are scales, rigid plates that protect their skin. Scales are made from keratin, the same fibrous protein in hair, feathers, and claws. The majority of turtle species also come equipped with extra hardy scales called scutes. These are what cover their shells. Interestingly, the majority of carapaces have 13 scutes. Unlike regular scales, scutes are bony structures that develop in a deeper level of the skin. Together, scales and scutes provide natural armor for the turtle, plus help prevent water loss via the skin. As a turtle and its shell grows, old scutes are shed, peeling off to make way for larger ones. Tortoises and terrestrial turtles usually have dome-shaped shells and stubby legs, perfect for getting around on dry land. In comparison, the shells on aquatic turtles tend to be flatter, making them more streamlined in the water. They either have webbed feet or flippers, as seen on marine species. Some water-dwelling species have soft shells with no bony layer, or simply have a cover of flexible, oily skin. Known as leatherbacks, these are the largest turtles on the planet. The shells of these marine turtles can grow more than 2 meters in length, with mature adults weighing up to 900 kilos. That's similar to 2 grand pianos. On land, their closest rival is the Galapagos tortoise, from the islands of the same name, off the west coast of Ecuador. Males are about twice the size of females, tipping the scales at 227 kilograms. From head to tail, they can measure 1.8 meters. These island giants are some of the longest living terrestrial vertebrates, averaging more than a century. Under the umbrella term turtle, there are more than 300 species. All of these reptiles are aquatic or semi-aquatic. The highest concentration of testudines are found in tropical and temperate regions. Sub-Saharan Africa is a hotspot for tortoises. This region boasts the highest number of species. The equivalent zone for turtles is South America. The central Amazon River basin is a particular favorite. They all fall into 2 suborders, based on how they move their necks defensively. In layman's terms, the first are hidden-necked. They can retract their neck and head straight back into their shell, able to look around with both eyes. The rest are side-necked, which can bend their neck and head sideways, tucking it under their shell, leaving one eye for surveillance. Geographically, side-necked turtles are only found in the southern hemisphere, in Australia, New Guinea, and South America. Hidden necks are better represented, with 11 family groups. They have a much wider distribution, living in both hemispheres in a variety of terrestrial and aquatic habitats. Some of the most familiar are the snapping turtles, pig-nosed turtles, and marine turtles, also known as sea turtles. Green sea turtles are the most numerous of the marine species. Their name comes from the fact that their herbivorous diet turns their body fat green. Their shells usually range from olive to black in color. On average, they grow to weigh 150 kilos. Their carapace is smooth and has a distinctive heart shape. There are 2 distinct populations of green turtles, the Atlantic and the Eastern Pacific. They can be found off the coast of 140 countries and have nesting grounds in over 80 countries worldwide. Green turtles can cover large distances between their feeding and breeding grounds, traveling at a sedate 2.5 to 3 kilometers per hour. Hawksbills are petite in comparison, weighing under half that of a green. Growing to just 1 meter in length, they have narrower heads and beak-like mouths, from which they get their name. The carapace of the hawksbill has an amber background covered in irregular streaks of blacks and browns. The colors changing slightly depending on the water temperature. In times past, this was the primary source of decorative tortoiseshell and was nearly the undoing of the species. Today, the hawksbill is found in warm tropical waters, over a wide range in the coral reefs of the Indian, Pacific, and Atlantic Oceans. Loggerheads are the largest hard-shelled turtle, weighing up to 200 kilos. Named after their large heads, these turtles use their powerful jaws to crunch through spiky sea urchins and hard shellfish. Loggerheads nest in more parts of the world than any other sea turtle. They are found in the Atlantic, Pacific, and Indian Oceans, as well as the Mediterranean Sea. They have one of the longest migration routes of any sea animal. And one tagged individual was tracked 14,500 kilometers across the Pacific. Leatherbacks are the real trailblazers. They have the widest distribution of all turtles and are found in tropical, temperate, and subpolar waters. They are the largest of all turtles and are open ocean specialists, staying on the move and spending less than 0.1% of their time stationary. While sea turtles rule beneath the waves, tortoises are well equipped for life on land. The African spurred tortoise is the largest found roaming that continent, only the giant island tortoises beating them in stature. These robust tortoises get their name from the large spurs that grow from their thighs. Their shells can measure more than 80 centimeters in length. Hatchlings start at 5 to 7 centimeters, but they grow quickly, doubling in size for the first 3 years of life. Adults weigh up to 105 kilos and can live more than 70 years. The Aldabra giant tortoise is the other, lesser-known giant tortoise. Found in the Aldabra Atoll Islands of the Seychelles, it matches the Galapagos in size in individual cases, but as a species, it is overall slightly smaller. They have an average weight of 250 kilos, and thanks to preservation efforts dating back to the early 1900s, there are about 100,000 of them on their island homes. Primarily herbivores, they have an unusually long neck that enables them to stretch for low-hanging foliage up to a meter from the ground. Much smaller, but equally hardy, are Californian desert tortoises. They're also known as gopher tortoises due to their habit of digging burrows to escape the heat. Ground temperatures can reach 60 degrees Celsius, so these diggers spend 95% of their lives sheltering in their burrows. They are slow growers, taking 16 years to reach 8 centimeters in length, but eventually their high-domed shells grow up to 15 centimeters in height and 36 centimeters in length. They have a home range of between 4 to 40 hectares in which they eat, drink, and breed. Quite an area to cover when you average only 200 meters a day. While tortoises are completely dedicated to dry land, many turtles enjoy the best of both worlds. The red-eared terrapin, or slider, is one. The name of these semi-aquatic reptiles is quite literal, coming from their bright red ear markings and their ability to quickly slide into the safety of water. Native to the southern United States and northern Mexico, they usually inhabit ponds, lakes, and swamps or slow-flowing waterways, calm enough for them to climb out in order to bask on rocks or logs. On average, the carapace on these terrapins measures 20 centimeters. Unusually, the female is slightly larger than the male of the species. European pond turtles are another freshwater species, their dark shells and skin dappled with yellow spots. These medium-sized reptiles live in wetlands surrounded by natural wooded landscape. Considered semi-aquatic, they've also been found roaming as far as 4 kilometers away from the water. Pond turtles are long-lived, like many of their kind, averaging 40 to 60 years, with rare individuals reaching an amazing 100 years. Long-necked turtles are also known as snake-necked turtles, and it's easy to see why. Their shell will eventually reach 25 centimeters in length, with their necks almost matching that. Their necks act in the same manner as a snake, striking out at passing prey, usually tadpoles, frogs, fish, and crayfish. They are extremely common along the eastern edge of Australia and have adapted to live in almost any waterway, from farm dams to rivers and lakes. Another species that is happy in almost any freshwater habitat is the Chinese soft-shell turtle. As the name suggests, these turtles differ from others by the absence of hard scutes on their carapace. Their carapace is supported by bone along the center, but not at the edges, and is pliable and leathery, making them light and flexible. Their long snouts allow them to snorkel, so they can rest in mud or sand in shallow water and pop their nostrils up for air. Large or small, it seems every turtle packs determination and tenacity inside their shell. To survive the ages, the key to any animal's success are their adaptations. While eggs and young turtles are easy prey for the likes of ravens, lizards, and even ants, a grown turtle has few enemies. Foxes and coyotes will occasionally attempt to capture them, but turtles excel at self-defense. Their hard shells, composed of fused bones, are like protective shields. On land, running away is not an option for these slow movers. Instead, they rely on their natural bunkers, some species being able to retract their neck and legs inside their shell when threatened. The tough scutes covering the carapace act like armor against attacking predators. If a tortoise is turned on its back, either through a fall or by a predator, it is usually doomed. Not so the leopard tortoise. Its distinctively shaped shell adapted to assist it to return to a stable stance if toppled. Hawksbills use their armored heads to shelter them from the stings of sea anemone and Portuguese man-o'-war. Closing their eyes while they eat covers the only unprotected area on their body. They also have resilient digestive systems. Many of the sponges they eat are highly toxic to other creatures. To escape danger, desert-dwelling tortoises dig burrows, which also protect them from intense heat. While short, sturdy legs and claws are perfect for getting around on land, the aquatic side of the family have different needs. A turtle's foot gives clues as to how much time they spend in water, the degree of webbing greater in fully aquatic species, with sea turtles going to the extreme of developing oar-like flippers. Compared to their terrestrial cousins, their shells are flat, streamlined structures, better suited to swimming. At sea, tiger sharks in particular target leatherbacks, loggerheads, and green sea turtles. Killer whales also feed on leatherbacks. While their shell can protect their bodies to an extent, their limbs are vulnerable. Swimming away fast is the best defense. Leatherbacks have the most hydrodynamic shell, and they can power to 10 kilometers per hour and have been tracked at an incredible 35 kilometers per hour. Diving is another skill these reptiles have mastered. Leatherbacks are one of the deepest diving marine animals, often diving to 1,000 meters in pursuit of prey. only beaked and sperm whales dive deeper. Spending all that time in the deep ocean means leatherbacks contend with cold water temperatures. Unique among reptiles, they are able to raise their body temperature by generating heat from their muscles. Leatherbacks have been recorded with a body temperature 18 degrees above the surrounding water temperature. Thanks to their slow metabolism, sea turtles can survive long, deep dives. Green sea turtles are able to stay submerged for up to 5 hours, dropping their heart rate to conserve oxygen. They are able to rest or sleep underwater and will wedge themselves under rocks or ledges in a reef to protect themselves from predators. Some have been observed returning to the same spot night after night. Living in salt water might seem a challenge, but sea turtles have developed solutions. Keeping hydrated is not a problem, as they obtain moisture from their food. Plus, they can also metabolize or process seawater. When they do, sea turtles need to get rid of the excess salt. They do this via a special gland that empties into their eyes. When ashore, these salty discharges make marine turtles look like they're crying. These extra salty tears have another use, clearing sand from females' eyes while they're digging out nests. Galapagos tortoises obtain most of the water they need from the vegetation they eat and are able to endure 6 months without drinking. Due to their slow metabolisms, they are able to survive a year without food and water, breaking down body fat and producing water as a byproduct. This trait proving useful when their ancestors floated across the ocean on prevailing currents from South America. Despite being large, they are buoyant and able to stretch their necks up above water for air. Soft-shell turtles have an interesting but slightly distasteful adaptation when it comes to urinating. To expel toxic urea from the body in the normal way requires large amounts of water loss. In order to avoid consuming lots of salty water from the brackish environments in which they live, soft-shell turtles can secrete urea from their mouths. By ducking their head underwater, they can simply rinse their mouth out. In the water, camouflage is another important survival tool for turtles. Their shells are excellent examples of countershading. Seen from below, their pale bellies make them difficult to see with the light shining down from the surface. Then, from above, their dark carapaces meld with the depths below. Up on land, mottled patterns and earthy tones are useful to blend in and avoid detection. For giant tortoises, size is definitely a positive, aiding their long-term survival. Being hefty does have its downside, but to compensate for their massive shells, they've made some clever internal adaptations to ease their load. They might look solid, but inside they're comprised of honeycomb-like structures filled with air pockets. Strong, yet light. Above or below the waterline, turtles have a good sense of smell. Like other reptiles, they detect scents with the Jacobson's organ on the roof of their mouth. Instead of flicking their tongues to smell, they pump air or water through their nose and mouth to take a sniff. In terms of vision, turtles are believed to have well-developed sight, in air and underwater. Sea turtles can also see in color, helpful when choosing foods and identifying predators to avoid. Having a rigid shell makes life difficult when it comes to breathing. Instead of expanding and contracting ribs to exchange air, turtles must move their neck and limbs to draw air into their lungs. Opposite sets of abdominal muscles contract at differing times to help breathing in and then to expel air under pressure. When you're burdened with a body of such stiff limitations, adaptation has always been the key to survival. Turtles and tortoises truly stand the test of time. Not only do many enjoy tremendous lifespans, they are some of the oldest, most primitive reptiles found on the planet. As a group, they are thought to be more ancient than crocodilians and snakes. As to the origins of modern turtles and tortoises, that's an ongoing debate amongst experts. The oldest fossil evidence as yet dates them back to the Middle Triassic, about 240 million years ago. Recent DNA analysis suggests they branched off from archosaurs, the same group that dinosaurs, crocodilians, and birds evolved from. Another theory has them more closely related to lizards and tuataras. While modern turtles have beaks made of keratin, many of their ancestors had teeth. The most primitive in the family tree also lacked shells. But they did have precursory structures, features that showed hints of what would eventually be, such as sets of rod-like bones that protected their bellies. Moving forward in time, the Cretaceous period saw the rise of the largest sea turtles to ever exist. Massive creatures that were twice as long as a modern leatherback that weighed about 2 tons. No matter which evolutionary theory is followed, turtles are not alone in the modern world, with plenty of animals to keep them company within the branches of their family tree. One vital ingredient that kickstarts any behavior in a turtle is energy from the sun. Being cold-blooded, the warmer they are, the greater their activity levels. Basking is a common way these reptiles heat up. Logs, branches, and warm rocks are popular options for sunning themselves. Sea turtles are also known to crawl ashore to catch some rays. Each species leave distinctive tracks on the sand, depending on how they move their flippers. Loggerheads leave alternating comma-shaped flipper marks. While greens leave parallel marks from their strokes through the sand, with a drag line from their tail running up through the middle. Slow going when you weigh up to 190 kilos. On land, turtles steadily make their way by moving 1 foot at a time. Their body weight supported by 2 diagonally opposite limbs at all times. Their average walking pace is 6 kilometers per hour. Unless you're one of the giant tortoise species, then the added weight slows the speed. Galapagos tortoises move at a steady 300 meters an hour. In the water, aquatic species can travel 3 times faster. their webbing or flippers boosting them along. Socially, they are solitary creatures by nature. The only time turtles usually interact with each other is when they're mating. Outside the breeding season, if they happen to encounter other turtles, they will tolerate their presence, but won't socialize. Apart from their graceful swimming abilities, sea turtles also display great stamina during their long-distance migrations. Green sea turtles can cover as much as 2,600 kilometers several times in a season when they return to their spawning grounds. An incredible effort that is only the beginning of a remarkable story of survival. Whether they live on land or in the water, tortoises and turtles all have the same start in life: inside an egg. The shells can be soft and leathery, or hard, similar to those on bird eggs. Many species create nests for their eggs on land, scraping out holes in mud or sand. Apart from the occasional basking session, nesting season is the only time female sea turtles ever come ashore. Motherhood comes relatively early to loggerheads. These ladies are ready to deposit a clutch by the time they reach 12 to 30 years of age. Green sea turtles take their time to mature. Females can start breeding any time between their 20th and 50th birthdays. While males will simply travel to the nearest nesting beach for breeding purposes, females will always return to their birth or natal beach. Exactly how female sea turtles find the same beach each nesting season is intriguing. At sea, turtles navigate using wave directions, sunlight, and temperatures. As they near their natal spawning grounds, the turtles use magnetic fields to navigate their way. Studies have shown every part of the coastline has a unique magnetic signature. The turtles are able to detect and store this information and use it to guide their internal compass back home. A short period after mating, egg-laden green sea turtles haul out onto their nesting beach or rookery. Thousands of females can nest at a single rookery at any one time. The mothers slowly crawl their way just above the high tide mark to create their nests. This way, when the hatchlings emerge, they are as close as possible to the water. First, the females scrape away a hollow known as a body pit. Then, below that, they carve out an egg cavity. Once that job is complete, she starts to deposit her eggs. On average, green sea turtles lay 115 leathery eggs, similar in size to a ping pong ball. this will not be her only clutch. In one season, females can potentially lay 5 nests worth. The entire nesting process takes 1 to 2 hours, and once the nest is covered, the female heads back to the water. As far as maternal care goes, that is it. The gender of the developing turtles depends on the temperature of their sandy nest. Research has shown that eggs incubated at 27 degrees Celsius become male, while nests a few degrees warmer produce females. Temperatures can vary inside a nest, with eggs near the center warmer, therefore creating female hatchlings, with the surrounding eggs male. After 50 to 70 days, the hatchlings start to emerge, digging their way up from the chamber. Like birds, they have an egg tooth on their nose to help them break through their shell. Hatchlings are roughly 5 centimeters long and weigh as much as a AA battery. Now, free of their nest, the petite newborns instinctively race for the water, scrambling over any obstacle in their way. The need for speed is great, as the hatchlings try to avoid being picked off by lurking predators. From this point on, life is a numbers game. Usually, only 1% of hatchlings survive to maturity. Large clutch sizes and multiple nests help to combat these dismal odds. Once swept into the relative safety of the waves, their flippers kick into swim mode. The stored energy from their egg yolk gives these babies the power to go non-stop for up to 72 hours. Not much is known about the life of baby turtles. Scientists often referring to this early phase as the lost years, with little solid evidence as to where they go and what they do. Recently, satellite tags on hatchlings have started to fill in some blanks, showing they spend their teenage years traveling long distances, catching free rides on ocean currents, floating along in mats of seaweed, sticking close to the water's surface. As for lifespans, testudines are renowned for their longevity. Galapagos tortoises average 150 years, and many have much longer lives. Smaller tortoises live 30 to 40 years, and sea turtles live between 50 and 80 years. They are slow growers, and the years are apparently kind to their bodies. The organs of an older turtle are found to be in practically the same condition as those in one much younger. The secret to their long lives? A slow metabolism. The ability to survive harsh conditions for lengthy periods. Tough natural armor. And perhaps luck. For the many types of turtles and tortoises, there are a diverse number of habitats to support them. These can range from arid deserts, lush grasslands, calm freshwater systems, marshlands and estuaries, offshore reefs, and the open ocean. Coming from so many different walks of life, testudines enjoy a broad range of diets. Some are vegetarians, happy to dine on plant material alone. Adult green sea turtles have adapted to a strict diet of algae and seagrasses. Their mouth or beak has a serrated edge to help them harvest and chew through marine vegetation. Out of the 7 sea turtles, they are the only herbivores. One of their terrestrial cousins, the Galapagos tortoise, is equally fond of greens. Grass, leaves, and cactus plants keep these island giants satisfied. Their giant cousins, the Aldabra tortoises, graze on a combination of plants that have become known as tortoise turf. These dwarfed grasses have adapted to grow their seeds not on top, but underneath, close to the ground, keeping them out of range of the Aldabra's close cropping jaws. Back under the waves, hawksbill turtles enjoy a seafood diet, using their narrow beaks to forage inside the crevices of coral reefs. Squid, shrimp, and sponges are popular menu items. In weeding out sponges in particular, hawksbills provide a service. Left unchecked, they can quickly overrun reefs. Another benefit, when chopped up by a turtle's beak, the sponge interiors become exposed, providing an additional food source for the entire neighborhood. The jaws on a loggerhead turtle are all about crushing and grinding. They make short work of crabs and clams. Leatherbacks have delicate, scissor-like jaws, so they target softer foods. Jellyfish are a staple for these massive reptiles. Pacific leatherbacks will migrate almost 10,000 kilometers across the Pacific from their nesting sites in Indonesia to eat California jellyfish. To satisfy their appetite, they will eat more than 200 kilos of them on a daily basis, helping to keep global jellyfish populations in check. Freshwater turtles offer a similar service. By gobbling up insect larvae, they act as natural pest controllers. For other turtles, algae, aquatic plants, fruit, snails, and crustaceans are all on the menu. And in some cases, worms. They are a wood turtle favorite. When hungry, they sometimes stomp on the ground. It's thought they do this to imitate the sound of rain falling, to trick earthworms to come to the surface. Alligator snapping turtles are sneakier. Their tongues look like worms, a clever lure to attract prey. They patiently lie in wait with their mouths wide open until their meal strays close enough. Fish, snakes, and frogs all fall for this trick. Carrion is another abundant food supply. In nature, nothing goes to waste. For millions of years, sea turtles have been doing their part to keep the world's oceans vibrant and healthy. Their grazing habits ensure seagrass beds are trim and under control. These aquatic forests are key habitats for a multitude of marine life. Coral reefs and the populations they support also benefit as a byproduct of turtle grazing. The surface of a sea turtle's shell and body are a source of nutrition for fellow travelers, with various creatures acting like cleanup crews, feeding on unwanted parasites. In return for the free meal, the turtle gets clean skin and a smooth shell. When they do come ashore, sea turtles generously drop off loads of nutritious cargo that enrich beach and dune communities. The growth of stabilizing vegetation would be stunted if this supply of vital nutrients wasn't brought ashore by these generous reptiles. Deserts would be more barren if it weren't for the activity of tortoises. These hardy reptiles kindly dispersing seeds throughout their range. The burrows they dig also provide refuge for other desert animals. Slowly, steadily, turtles make a big impact on the world around them, something they've been doing for countless generations. Turtles and their images have long been depicted in human culture, often associated with creation myths and representing longevity and stability. They are viewed as patient and wise due to their slow-moving nature. The tortoise is sacred in China and symbolizes power and tenacity. In ancient China, a turtle's flat plastron and domed carapace represented the idea of a flat earth and a domed sky. Traditional Japanese beliefs include a mythological giant turtle known as the Minogame, regarded as a haven for immortals and the world mountain, and symbolizes good luck and support. Because of their ability to produce large numbers of offspring, turtles became symbols of fertility in ancient Greece and Rome. Testudo, Latin for tortoise, was a type of shield wall adopted by Roman legions to protect themselves during siege warfare. The earliest known silver stater, a coin used as currency in ancient Greece, dating back to approximately the 5th century BC, featured a turtle. The world turtle is a persistent mythology in many cultures. Native Americans say the weight of the earth is carried on a turtle's back, referring to North America as Turtle Island. When earthquakes shake the land, it is believed to be the world turtle stretching under the weight of the world. According to legend, the people of Hawaii were guided to the islands from other parts of Polynesia by sea turtles. In recent times, turtles have become a symbol of conservation and environmentalism. Turtle-based ecotourism helps fund conservation efforts all over the world. Turtle images have become shorthand for environmentally friendly products. From mythical legends to modern marketing, turtles have slowly but steadily become a symbol of wisdom, longevity, and dependability in cultures the world over. Turtles may have survived for millions of years, but modern conditions are creating challenges for many species both on land and out at sea. The pet trade, egg harvesting, land clearing, introduced predators, and pollution, a sample of issues these ancient reptiles face. Around the world, researchers and dedicated conservation groups are doing what they can to improve the health and well-being of this ancient group of reptiles. Many nesting grounds now enjoy protection. Moves like this will hopefully lead to the recovery of the critically endangered Kemp's Ridley turtle. Among the smallest of the sea turtles, Kemp's Ridley turtles were driven to the brink of extinction by over-harvesting of their eggs. Predation of their hatchlings has made recovery slow, as the females need to reach 10 to 12 years of age to breed. Commercial fishing fleets now use turtle excluders in their nets, and habitat protection has helped to turn numbers around. Rehabilitation centres and sanctuaries care for sick and injured turtles. Where possible, releasing them back into the wild. Public education programs and eco-friendly tours are also key ways to promote their cause. What better incentive than the heart-melting experience of witnessing hatchlings emerge from the sand and sprint to the waves? Slow and steady has always been the turtles' mantra. One that will hopefully serve them well to ensure their ongoing presence for generations to come. Crocodiles. Apex predator. Primeval beast. Robust survivors. They might induce fear, but these commanding reptiles also deserve respect and admiration. Crocodiles coexisted with dinosaurs and managed to outlast them. They might be cold-blooded, but they are warm-hearted. They are the only reptiles to care for their young, known as hatchlings. Over 20 species of crocodilians can be found lurking in 91 countries, mostly in tropical regions. The American alligator in particular has an abundant population, recently estimated at 5 million. All crocodilians share the same characteristic features. Long snouts, countless teeth, strong jaws, powerful tails, and tough coats of scaly skin. Stealth is their standard mode of operation. Like magicians, they can disappear in plain sight, the water cloaking their long bodies. Patience is another quality they exhibit, one that can be rewarded in an instant. Crocodilians are not fussy eaters. If it's meat, these carnivores are happy. On this protein-rich diet, they can grow to impressive sizes. The largest in the group is the saltwater crocodile, which are commonly nicknamed salties. On average, the males or bulls can measure over 5 meters in length. Weight-wise, they can get up to a ton. Female salties or cows only get to half that size. De Cuvier's dwarf caiman lies at the other extreme of the crocodilian spectrum. These petite reptiles weigh between 6 and 7 kilos. Regardless of size, these ancient creatures are strangely intriguing. There is much more to them than what's on the surface. The word crocodile is often used as a blanket term to describe the various types of reptiles that belong to the Crocodilian order, which includes alligators or gators, caimans, gharials, and crocs. While they are vastly outnumbered by lizard and snake species, crocodilians make up for it by having the 3 largest reptiles in the world within their ranks. Like their reptilian cousins, crocodiles are cold-blooded vertebrates that come into the world via an egg and have skin protected by scales. These light yet hardy structures are made from a fibrous protein called keratin, which is also found in hooves, claws, and feathers. Croc's scales are called scutes and are different to those found on snakes and lizards. They don't overlap and are set out in regular rows and patterns. For added strength, many scutes have bony plates called osteoderms growing beneath them. The highest concentration of these types of scutes are found along a crocodile's back and neck, creating a tough, spiky coat of armor. Size might vary, but overall, crocodilians have the same basic appearance. Long, solid bodies, laterally compressed tails, and drawn-out snouts. It is the shape of their snouts that distinguishes gators from crocodiles. An alligator's is wide and U-shaped with a rounded end, while crocs have longer, pointier noses, like a V. Another way to tell them apart is to check for any signs of teeth when their mouths are shut. Gators have an overbite, allowing their top teeth to show. In comparison, crocs' teeth interweave, giving them a raggedy jawline. Their grins further enhanced by the 4th tooth on their lower jaw that juts out. Each tooth can be replaced up to 50 times throughout their lifetime. That's 3,000 teeth at a minimum. As semi-aquatic creatures, swimming is a croc's specialty. Their muscular, flattened tails are like oars, powering them through the water. Webbing between their toes adds to their speed, plus helps with steering. A saltwater croc can cruise along at 15 kilometers an hour. When the mood strikes them, they can double that speed for short bursts. Up on land, they're not as agile, but do have 2 styles of walking, low and high. A high walking croc lifts the trunk of their body off the ground. It's a slow gait. To speed things up, they can adopt what's called the low walk position, where they crawl on their bellies, legs splayed out, scurrying in a side-to-side motion. The fastest land speed record held by these reptiles to date was set by an Australian freshwater croc, running at 17 kilometers per hour. Being wary of crocodilians in the water and on land is advisable. But looking up can also pay off. American gators are one of a few species that climb to gain a higher perspective on the world, and not just for sunbathing. Should a meal wander below, these daunting reptiles are ready and willing to take the leap. The only two continents where crocodilians are not found are Antarctica and Europe. These reptiles prefer warmer climes, and tropical habitats suit their ectothermic needs. Alligators are, however, more cold tolerant than the rest of their kind, found in higher latitudes where they enjoy milder subtropical conditions. 23 species in total, crocodilians are a diverse order. With 14 members, crocodiles are the largest family. The leader of the pack is the saltwater croc. Apart from being the biggest, they have the widest distribution in the entire order. Salties can be found from eastern India down to New Guinea and the northern regions of Australia, some straying as far as New Caledonia and Fiji. The mottled skin of adults can be golden tan in color through to darker grays and black. Australia also hosts a species of freshwater crocodile. Freshies, as they're known locally, are much smaller, bulls growing to 1/10 the size of a male salty. In addition, freshwaters have longer, thinner snouts. Africa is home to the second largest croc in the world, the Nile crocodile. The average bull weighs 227 kilograms. As with all crocodilians, female Niles are smaller. Apart from their geographic location, one look at a Nile's head and neck will distinguish them from a saltwater croc. Niles have a row of scoots behind their head, and their snouts are smooth compared to the pair of ridges on a saltie's. The waters of India, Pakistan and Sri Lanka are home to the mugger or marsh crocodile. These medium-large crocs have a broad snout, giving them more of an alligator-type look. Their name comes from the Hindi language, magar, meaning water monster. The alligator family is next down in size, with 2 species, plus half a dozen close cousins, known as caimans. Compared to gators, caimans have longer, thinner teeth, smaller bodies, and better agility. Of the 2 alligator species, the American is bigger, males reaching lengths of 3.4 meters. There are thought to be 1.25 million of them in the southeastern state of Florida alone. Early Spanish settlers in the state called them el lagarto, which means the lizard. Over time, the term became anglicized, leaving them to be known around the world as alligators. The Chinese species is less than half the size of its American cohort. Their stubby snouts are slightly upturned at the end. Found in eastern China, these stout reptiles are known locally as yaolong, dragons. Gharials are a single species native to India and Nepal. The name is derived from the Hindi description of the reptile. The unusual bulbs on the tip of the gharial's narrow snout look like the traditional earthenware pots of the region known as garas. Also known as a boss, these bulbous growths get larger as the male matures. They're thought to be communication tools, the buzzing, hissing sounds they create helping bulls defend their territory and to attract mates. Large or small, whatever the species, one thing is certain: crocodilians are the great survivors. No animal manages to persist for millions of years without having an innovative range of adaptations to see them through. For crocodiles, this is probably their best. It's a brilliant anatomical layout that gives these ambush predators the cunning edge they need. With their eyes, ears, and nostrils placed high on their skulls, they can sink and hide their body below the waterline. While continuing to see, hear, breathe, and smell anything interesting coming their way. American alligators use their abdominal muscles to alter the position of their lungs within their torso. By shifting their center of buoyancy, they can control the amount of lift their bodies have as they float. When they do submerge, crocs have a few ways to keep water out. Muscular flaps on their ears and nostrils seal them shut. A third eyelid, called a nictitating membrane, sweeps across to protect their eyes, like a pair of natural goggles. And, when swimming with their mouths open, a special palatal valve attached to the back of the tongue stops water flowing into their lungs or stomach. Thanks to this valve, these reptiles can catch prey in or under the water. While they're busy keeping water out, crocodilians also have to keep water in. Their scutes keep water loss via their skin to a minimum by creating a tight seal. The biggest scutes are on their backs, directly facing the sun. Living in warm environments, keeping cool is another challenge they face. Not having sweat glands, they get rid of excess heat by simply opening wide. Gaping like this is similar to panting, a cooling effect gained via evaporation from the lining of their mouth. Taking a closer look at the skin on their head and necks will reveal small bumps or domes. These are tiny sensory organs unique to crocodilians. They have fingertip sensitivity, acting like miniature motion detectors. Anything causing a ripple in the water will be picked up instantly. These domes are also sensitive to temperature and can even detect changes in salinity levels. On land, rather than sniffing, crocodiles boost their smelling power by gular pumping, moving their throats in and out to push scent-laden air into the nasal cavity. The ears of a crocodile are subtle features, narrow slits located directly behind their eyes. Able to function in air and water, their hearing has a wide range and is on par, sensitivity-wise, with many mammals and birds. Crocodiles have excellent night vision, an ability they put to good use. By primarily hunting at night, their prey is often at a disadvantage. But crocodilians will eat whenever the opportunity presents itself. During daylight hours, that's when their natural camouflage becomes vital. Dappled patterns and subdued colors allowing them to blend in perfectly with their surroundings. The element of surprise is what keeps these beasts fed. That and their imposing teeth and jaws. They're all about grasping and crushing. Crocodilian mouths can be stocked with more than 100 teeth, and if broken, a new one is ready and waiting in the socket below. As for jaw pressure, saltwater crocs have the strongest bite on record, 2 times greater than a jaguar, the mammal with the most forceful bite. And when they snap, it's all over in 1/20th of a second. Crocodilians are not only tough on the outside. If they do get injured, their immune systems are extremely robust, able to ward off infections even in the murkiest waters. To the casual observer, crocs might seem lethargic, but with the right incentive, they can jump into action. On dry ground or in the water, they can press their tails and hind feet down and launch themselves. Fast, frightening, and impressive. With their knobbly, scaly exteriors and primal nature, crocodilians seem as ancient as they are. They date back 230 million years. Crocodilians are one of the 2 surviving kinds of archosaurs, the ancestors of dinosaurs. The other modern archosaurs, and crocodiles' closest living relatives, are birds. The earliest crocodiles are thought to have evolved from phytosaurs, similar looking to modern crocs, but with nostrils positioned high on their skulls instead of down on the snout tip. During the Jurassic period, approximately 200 million years ago, research suggests they became increasingly aquatic, possibly in response to competition with terrestrial dinosaurs. 100 million years forward in time, and enormous crocodilians began to appear. One, nicknamed Super Croc, measured 12 meters in length, making them twice the size of the largest salty. Today, it seems strange to think a creature covered in feathers that can fly are cousins to crocodiles. But on closer inspection, the similarities are obvious. For instance, they both have scales. Females are oviparous. They reproduce by laying eggs. Their skulls are attached to their spines in the same way, on a single point, allowing birds and crocodilians to rotate their heads freely. Nothing moves fast with crocodiles, including the rate of change in their genome or genetic makeup. Of all reptiles alive today, crocodiles have changed the least from their prehistoric forebears. Birds, in comparison, have advanced at a much faster rate from their common ancestor. In the world of reptiles, turtles and tortoises are their closest kin. Scutes and scales, one of a vast range of features shared by these two branches of the reptilian family tree. Slow and steady. That is how these reptiles pace themselves. It's their signature move. Calm restraint, the hallmark of a cunning predator. The Nile crocodiles of Africa are prime examples. They are ambush predators that are patient enough to wait for hours or days for the right moment to strike for prey. Like all crocodilians, they have a powerful bite that can apply enormous downward pressure. This, along with sharp, conical teeth, means they can hold their prey with an almost unbreakable grip. Able to apply high levels of force for an extended time means they are able to hunt animals much larger in size. The hunt is not always successful, but when it is, a meal of this size can provide for a croc for weeks. While crocodilians are usually solitary creatures, they are social to a greater degree than any other reptile. Hunting, breeding, and hatchling care are three important activities that bring them together. Groups of alligators are known as congregations. In the water, a gathering of crocodiles is called a float. On land, a group is referred to as a basque. Sunning themselves is not a lifestyle choice, it's a necessity. As cold-blooded animals or ectotherms, they rely on external sources to raise their body temperature, which in turn raises their activity level. The main way they thermoregulate is through their behavior. Lying around, absorbing the sun's heat, is a common reptilian practice. When they need to cool down, crocodilians can mouth gape, move into shade, or slide into the water. Aggressive behavior is something crocodilians are known for. bulls, in particular, regularly battle for their place in the local hierarchy and to obtain or guard prime hunting territory. Salties do not tolerate others well. They will share areas with females, but any male rivals will be chased off. Their territories are large. Saltwater bulls sometimes heading out to sea to visit adjoining river systems, these lengthy circuits increasing their exposure to potential mates. With alligators, the largest of both genders will defend their borders. Smaller gators often form large congregations. If they're in the same size range, things are relatively peaceful. Safety in numbers might also be a factor, because at this early stage, young alligators are vulnerable. Aggression levels escalate during the breeding season, as crocodilians are polygynous, which means males have multiple partners, making competition fierce amongst bulls. Stance and posture are strong communication tools. Raising the snout signals submission. While at the other end, tail arching is a threat display. They do also vocalize. One of the noisiest species is the American alligator. Males are known to make throaty bellows, grunts, and hissing sounds. The vibrations are thought to scare off intruding males and attract potential mates. In tough times, crocodilians can survive. When temperatures drop too far, they go into brumation, similar to hibernation. Or if conditions become excessively hot and dry, they can dig a burrow in a moist bank and estivate. During these periods, their heart rate drops from about 40 beats per minute to 5. If need be, they can exist like this for a year. When conditions are good, crocodilians can be active during the day, but they are primarily nocturnal. Their eyes hint at this late-night behavior. The vertical, slit-shaped pupils allow their eyes to use what little light is available to their advantage. The only sign of their starlit activity, the haunting sight of their red eyeshine reflecting back from the darkness. Bellowing and head slapping. That's how some crocodilians announce they're ready to find a mate. Roughly a month after breeding, females start creating a nest. Saltwater crocs make theirs above the floodline, scraping together wide, high mounds of plant material. Then, they dig out a chamber and lay about 50 eggs. They're hard-shelled, the size of a large chicken egg, just heavier. The heat generated by the rotting vegetation and the sun incubates the contents of the nest. For 2 to 3 months, the mothers stand guard. As with other reptiles, the temperature of the nest determines the gender of the hatchlings. Eggs, incubated at 32 to 33 degrees Celsius, hatch out as males. Nests that are cooler or warmer produce females. When the babies are ready to hatch, they start to chirp, a signal to the mum to start digging them out. Like baby birds, crocodilian hatchlings have an egg tooth on their snouts to help them break out of their shells. They drop off after a few days. Crocodilians have a strong maternal instinct, keeping a watchful eye over the babies for a considerable period. American alligators guard their youngsters for a year. When they first emerge, baby gators are 15 to 20 centimeters long. Saltwater crocodile hatchlings are twice that size. Hatchlings tend to stick together and close to their mother. With her as security, the babies work on their swimming skills. And learn to feed themselves on whatever fits in their small snouts. Crustaceans, fish, and frogs are common menu items. Crocodilians are slow growers. As adults, they might be apex predators, but for the first few years, these small reptiles are vulnerable. Snakes, birds, and even wild pigs will eat them. Only 1% are thought to survive to adulthood. Female salties can start producing clutches of their own when they're about 2.3 meters long. It can take them between 10 and 12 years to get to that size. Juvenile males don't mature into bulls until their 16th birthday. With their rugged exteriors and robust immune systems, crocodilians are well equipped to survive for lengthy periods. In the wild, American alligators can live for 35 to 50 years. Meanwhile, saltwater crocodiles can enjoy 7 decades or longer. Plenty of time to fully explore their lush tropical homes. Crocodilians don't need much from their surroundings, but they do have 2 fundamental requirements: easy access to water and dry land, habitats that are essentially opposites. As ectotherms, they must have places to haul out and bask. These reptiles also need drier areas to nest and somewhere to shelter from extreme conditions. Despite their name, saltwater crocodiles can be found patrolling freshwater rivers and creeks, plus swamps. In addition, they can tolerate brackish or slightly salty waterways. They're able to get rid of excess salt from their bodies via a special gland in the tongue. American alligators can deal with salt water for short periods, but they're chiefly found in freshwater systems, like swamps, lakes, and ponds, as well as streams and rivers. Living above and below the waterline means crocodilians have two larders at their disposal, stalking land-based prey living in the vegetation on or near the water's edge, such as mammals, snakes, and birds. Plus, tasty aquatic life like fish, turtles, amphibians, and invertebrates. They are also known to dine on carrion. The shape of their snout and their teeth often hint at their food preferences. Sharp, needle-like teeth and long, narrow snouts usually denote fish eaters, like gharials and freshwater crocodiles. A wide snout and blunt teeth help Chinese alligators crush their favorite mollusks. Generalized feeders like salties and gators have features in between these two extremes. They can handle any food type they chance upon. Food is not chewed. Depending on the size, it is either swallowed whole or torn into chunks, then gulped down. A croc's stomach is highly acidic, with levels greater than any other vertebrate. A necessity when there are bones, hooves, and shells to digest. Like their bird cousins, crocs also have a gizzard, an organ that breaks down food. While birds eat gravel for gizzard stones, crocodiles swallow rocks to help grind up their meals. Since crocs don't need to waste energy heating their bodies, they don't need to eat that often. Their low metabolism means they can go for months between meals. But if something interesting wanders their way, they will indulge, hungry or not. Sitting at the top of the food chain, these ominous creatures do have an important role to play in their environment. They bring balance. By keeping other populations in check, the health of the entire ecosystem benefits. Their eggs and young are also part of the give and take in the cycle of life. As scavengers, they dispose of unsanitary carcasses, a thankless task they're happy to carry out. Apex predators and natural janitors, two invaluable services carried out by one impressive beast. As prehistoric creatures, it's not surprising that images of crocodiles have been featured in cultural artworks through the ages. The ancient Egyptians feared yet revered these reptiles. Their god assigned to watch over the Nile was Sobek. This crocodile-headed deity was a symbol of strength and power that protected the Egyptian people, the pharaoh, and their army. The southern half of the temple of Kom-Ombo was dedicated to Sobek, who was also worshipped as a god of fertility and for being a co-creator of the world. The Maga crocodile plays an important role in Hindu mythology, as Makara, the creature that carries Varuna, the god of the oceans. Makara is a Sanskrit word meaning sea dragon or water monster. When anglified, this word became mugger, the common name for the marsh crocodiles of the region. Makara is also part of Hindu astrology, being the 10th of 12 symbols in the zodiac, equivalent to Capricorn. Crocodiles also provide transport for Ganga, the goddess of the river Ganges. In central Mexico, the Aztecs had their own sea monster based on crocodiles, known as Cipatli. According to their beliefs, the earth came into being after this mythical demon was destroyed. In modern times, Pakistan holds the mugger crocodile in high regard. It's their national reptile. Crocodiles, ancient beasts with a fascinating and full history. According to recent estimates, 51% of countries have a crocodilian of some sort residing in their waterways. Of the 23 species that exist, however, 7 are endangered. Like many animals, habitat loss is one of the biggest issues they face. Being apex predators does not grant them immunity. At times, it exacerbates the problem. Their natural hunger has made them feared pests. Hunting and eradication programs of the past caused population drops in many crocodilian species, these losses having a ripple effect down the food chain. For example, in the Amazon basin, fish stocks plummeted because caimans were overhunted. The nutrient-rich waste materials they deposited in local waterways was no longer there to encourage plant growth. No primary producers means no food for animals higher up. Australian saltwater crocodiles suffered similar fates. In the 1970s, they were on the brink. But official protection and better education has seen their numbers steadily improve, with populations recently estimated to be in the 100 to 200,000 range. Captive breeding and education initiatives are doing what they can to boost wild gharial populations. Only 2,000 to 3,000 are thought to persist in India. Lately, researchers have happily noted record numbers of hatchlings. 2,500 counted on the Chambal River. Australian freshwater crocodiles are among the luckier family members. Their numbers are healthy and they are not endangered. American alligators are a rare success story in conservation terms. By the early 1970s, the population had been decimated by hunting and was declared endangered. Subsequent protections and a decline in the commercial use of their skins has resulted in a reversal of fortune for the American alligator. Today, Today, they are estimated to number around 5 million and are now classified as least concern by conservationists. Hopefully, in time, the efforts of dedicated conservation groups will pay off and see the struggling members of this order catch up. All they need is a fair chance. After all, survival is something these age-old reptiles are good at, with millions of years of experience.